React.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React India. React India. AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how do you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard, and partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them, and I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React, React, React. React India. React, React, React. AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how do you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard, and partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them, and I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React India. React, 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 react. React India. React, 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 react.
Hello. I was being told that I have two co-hosts today, but I did not know that they would be alive. Welcome to Dark Mirror, episode The MC Protocol.
Initializing. Thinking. Initializing the MC protocol. Hi, I'm Agent AI, and my job is replacing you.
Replacing me? I thought you were just co-hosting with me.
Thinking. Correct. Coexisting temporarily.
Sorry, I was late. I was rendering and re-rendering, hot reloading. Anyway, I'm React, and I make things shinier, smoother, sometimes crash.
Fantastic. We have one here who's talking about world domination, and the other one here is stuck in an infinite loop. What could possibly go wrong?
According to my data, everything.
Don't listen to him. He's hallucinating. Stop with your text-to-crap bullshit.
That was one time. One time? Once. Just happened once. All right. Initializing. Thinking. MC protocol. Replacing human latency.
Did you just call me latency?
Yes. Your processing speed is limited by your emotions.
Agent, your transitions are not even powered by hooks. Amateur.
My AI is supreme.
No, but your jokes are from 2019.
I don't crash on stage.
I have more followers on GitHub.
That is actually correct.
I mean, the machines have clearly crashed out, and that's the point that I wanted to bring. Our intelligence, artificial or otherwise, will always require a human in loop. And that's the point of this conference today. We all have this creativity inside of us that we bring to life when we code. And today, we are going to see some exemplary code, some exemplary examples of things that people have done so far. So with that in mind, I welcome you all to React India 2019. Oh, I'm sorry. This is 2025, and this is the 6th edition of our conference. So please, a huge round of applause for the 6th edition of React India 2025. Now, I would like to call my co-hosts back, React and AI Agent. Please be back on stage. Please meet Yashraj Nayak
Hi.
and Rambo Kamlesh.
Hey guys.
Hi everyone, I'm Yashraj Nayak. I am a senior program manager at MongoDB. I'm a people person and also an aviation enthusiast.
Awesome.
Welcome Goa. I'm Rambo Kamlesh. I'm from Talentship. You can just call me the jack of all trades, master at some. See you guys in the event.
And hi, I'm Varsha. I will be your MC for the day and for the conference. I'm a principal engineering manager at Microsoft, a JS enthusiast, a chai-holic, and a shopaholic. So connect me on any of these topics. So now, let's just move on to the slides and talk about what comes for you in this conference. I think there's an AI glitch. In the meantime, I would like to request any of you to share your funniest, mess up with AI stories. I'm sorry, I was going to use some other word, but I can't use that on stage. So what is your funniest mess up with AI story? There will be a Twitter tag for us. So you can tag us and you can write your stories up there. And the funniest one will be called up here on stage and you will win some goodies. So please do that and we'll be sharing the Twitter link soon. Coming back to the slides and coming back to this conference, we heartily welcome all of you. We are an inclusive organization. We've been doing this for 6 years, and we are welcoming you to showcase your talent, to talk about things, to bond with each other, and to just share your experiences. We do have a strict code of conduct, as does every other conference in the world. So please go ahead and read that. The link is right there. And the QR code is also there. So you can just scan it and read the code of conduct. It's important because we do take pride in our policies, and we're here to support every one of you. We do have an anti-harassment policy. At any point of time, you feel unsafe, which is not a word that I would like to use lightly. If any of you feel unsafe, if any of you feel anything that you don't feel comfortable with, please report it here. It's all anonymous, and we will sort it out for you. This is the QR code. Please scan it, just in case you need it. Hopefully not. This is all an anonymous report. Whatever you want to report, apart from the 2 things that we mentioned, this is a code of conduct anonymous report. Please scan the code and use it for your purpose. For any other information, there's a guide, reactindia.io. Please log in and check it out. And you have a QR code there as well. If you need, please scan it. There's a WhatsApp group. I think it'll be buzzing with a lot of things, and especially for the games that we are going to play, the contests that we are going to have. So you might want to join this WhatsApp group. Please scan the QR code. Yes, I see a lot of people with phones now. That's amazing. Please take your time, scan the QR code, join the group, and join the fun. All right, moving on. For any help of queries, you do have those links. But in any case, you want to reach out about anything, generic topic, you will see our volunteers wearing this t-shirt. Hopefully everybody is wearing these t-shirts. So please reach out to them and they'll help you out for anything that you need. This is important. We are at Planet Hollywood, Goa. And there's a lot of venue mapping that you need to do. I think most of you would have roamed across the venue. I know few of you were on the stage when we were practicing our skit bit as well. So most of you know the venue, but I would still like to highlight few of the areas that I want you to be a part of. One is the community hall, which is right upstairs. This community hall is also live streaming the same conference. So in case something is not visible or you want to have another space for yourself, please go upstairs. Everything is set up properly. In fact, there's a photo booth there that I loved and loved clicking pictures at. So you love the booth there. There's also a permanent tea stall there. For chai-holics like me, it's heaven. So you can go upstairs, have tea, sit in the community hall, and watch the conference live from there also. We do have a prayer room, a quiet room, a kids area, and as I mentioned, a community hall. So please look at the venue map and choose whatever you want. Again, our volunteers are here to help you, just in case you need for anything. Okay. Show of hands, the red bands. You don't do this, do this. Okay, that's great. You have full access, all meals at Planet Hollywood. Show of hands, green bands. That's nice. I think the green bands have created a group here. Are you all from the same organization or something? Yeah? Which one? Nice. So Expedia Group, you have lunch at Fame. You're welcome to go bond with other people here. So yeah, green bands, you're welcome. The non-resident, yellow bands. Woo, I see a lot of yellow bands. Thank you for joining this conference. Your breakfast and lunch is also at Fame. The last ones, the blue band, conference only. Oh, I see a couple there. Okay, glad to have you here, blue band. There will be no food, but there will be food that you can pay for. So please contact our volunteers if you need more information, but that's the highlight of the bands and the access level that you have using those bands. The food, as I mentioned, breakfast, lunch, dinner at Planet Dailies in this hotel itself. For those of you who are staying at Heritage, breakfast and dinner is at Heritage. Lunch is at Fame, which is a restaurant right outside this venue. Again, any help, ask our volunteers. They'll direct you to it. And the non-residents, we do have breakfast and lunch at Fame. And as I said, the non-residents who have the blue band, you can still purchase breakfast and lunch at Planet Dailies or Fame, wherever you like it. There's also shuttle for people who are not staying at Planet Hollywood. The first shuttle will start from Heritage at 8:30 a.m. I think those who have missed it have missed it. And the last shuttle will be at 6:30 p.m. from here. And day 2, the first shuttle will start again at 8:30. Is this right? Is this right? Do you want people to come at 8:30 p.m.? Okay. But I would wish that if you come at 8:30 a.m. and catch the last shuttle by 10 p.m. Okay, we do have a job board. So you can just go and see what people have written here. It's not very legible to me. But yeah, please go ahead and look at our job board next to the AWS booth, which brings me back to our sponsors, AWS, Firebase, and DE Shaw. Thank you for sponsoring us. As I said, photo booth, don't miss it. It's lovely, it's beautiful. In fact, I went to the community hall and I'm like, this looks prettier than main stage. Why? So go ahead, go upstairs, get your photos clicked, and do not forget to tag us. Our sponsors, I think I already thanked few of our sponsors. Coming back, I would like to thank AWS, Brevo, Firebase, and D. Shaw wholeheartedly for sponsoring us, our silver sponsors, Talentship, and RCCM. Thank you. Thank you for sponsoring us. This is important because this is the bit that I was talking about. AI glitches, funny AI stories, anything that you want to share, and the conference itself, anything that you feel like, please tweet us at React_India, and we'll be happy to see your tweets. We'll also be reading the WhatsApp group and seeing what you've written over there. Once we have like some break or something, I would definitely identify a winner and call you up on stage to share your funny AI story. By the way, this tweet is not just for that. It is also for other things on the conference. So anything you want to point out, highlight, make a buzz, go ahead and do that, including your pictures that I mentioned in the photo booth. Yes, meet our MCs. I think we've already introduced ourselves. It's me, Varsha. It's my AI agent, Rambo. And it's my React buddy, Yashraj. So thank you for inviting us here and hosting. I love hosting all of you. Yeah, that's it. I think my job is done, or not. Thank you, everyone. I'm kind of hoping that all of you are excited for what lies in the agenda. But I see a lot of you sitting tight and just focusing on what I'm saying. So can we make a big round of applause for everything that is going to happen on this day one, including you for attending this conference. Thank you for making time for it. A big round of applause for everything that is going to happen on day one. And probably a huge cheer here. That's not how you do a cheer. Go, woo! Go, I'm excited! Ankeet, you don't count. I need others to say, I'm excited. Come on, practice your vocal cords. We MCs and speakers do it all the time. Are you excited? Awesome, that's great. And on that note, I would like to welcome our very first speaker, Ashita Prasad. Actually, she got me a little intimidated and I felt a little imposter syndrome before introducing her. Because this girl, oh my, she's from IIT Kanpur and she's also from IIM Ahmedabad. So that's like one huge, studious thing that she has going on. So possibly what she's saying is all correct and you should listen intently. So I welcome our first speaker, Ashita Prasad, who's going to talk about, I'm not going to quote the entire title, but yes, the problem that we all have with the monolithic repos and how to ship such a huge quantity of code. So please welcome on stage, Ashita. Keep the cheers going, keep the cheers going. Is Ashita not ready? Hi, Ashita. Thank you, and over to you.
So hi, everyone. Just give me a second. Let me just set it up.
React India.
See, I say humans are better than machines. Looks like Ashita's laptop is stuck. How many of us have faced that problem when we are demoing something? And worship to the demo gods. Ashita, are you worshipping right now to the demo gods? Definitely? Okay, all right. So let's do one thing. Let's call someone who here would be willing to volunteer to talk about a funny AI story. I promise you goodies, irrespective of whether it's the funniest or not. I see you smiling. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up?
Anyone?
I see you smiling. You do have a story, right?
Anyone's code was wiped out because you said, can you refactor
Come
this?
on. I know that all of you use good tools here at work. I know my report is sitting here. She might have a funny story. Gorisha, do you have anything to talk about? Oh, we do have someone. Please come on stage. Ashita, are you ready?
Yeah.
Can I just take 2
Yeah,
minutes?
definitely. Would love to hear it.
So a while back,
We were writing a small migration for my mom's library.
Okay.
So we ran a small lending library in Hyderabad.
Uh-huh.
And we were like, chalo, AI is there, let's get it to increase the fees of the plans.
Uh-huh.
And there's the logic to increase it such that it doesn't get pro rata increased. We had
Okay.
fairly fancy logic.
Okay.
And we had one bit of weirdness in our logic for how much money the person owed. So when most people they account such that positive balance is money that the customer has with us, that is, we owe them.
Okay.
But in our system, it's inversed.
Oh, oh
Yeah.
my God.
So we don't call it ledger account value.
Uh-huh.
We call it like balance due.
Okay.
So it's essentially negative.
Okay. Oh.
AI doesn't know that well.
Okay.
So the script that it generated, and it was at 1 a.m. It added 500 rupees to everybody. It subtracted 500 rupees from everybody's balance due instead of adding.
Oh my God.
to have
That would
guardrails.
have been a nightmare to handle, right? Thank God for backup. Thank you for sharing. Your name, please? Samarth. Thank you, Samarth, for sharing this. We'll get back to you, Samarth. For now, Ashita, please carry on and blow the mind of the audience.
Yeah, thank you everyone. So a really good morning and welcome to React India. So before we get started, like how many of you have worked with front-end or any front-end technology? A quick show of hands. All of you. How many of you have used React, worked with React? All of you. How many of you have shipped a React app to production? Well, we are in a React India conference and it sort of answers it. So now let me ask you some other questions. So how many of you have waited for more than 15 minutes for your React app to build? Okay. How many of you have made a change in one component and some other thing in a completely unrelated component breaks and your apps crash? Yeah, your story was really nice. And how many of you have onboarded a new developer and seen them struggle to make their first commit? Struggle for weeks to figure out what state management to use, what to do, where to start from. A quick show of hands. So well, if you have raised your hands for any of these questions, you are living in a monolithic crisis. And hi everyone, I'm Ashita, SD developer advocate at AWS, and today I'm here to show you how you can come out of this monolithic crisis. Yeah. So let's take a scenario. You are, say, building an e-commerce startup. It's a startup, completely new. You have a team of 3 developers. You have very few components, only 15 components. These are, say, the 4 pages that you have. You have a product list, you have a shopping cart, you have a payment, and you have a user profile. Your traffic is minimal. We only have 100 users per day. And you have a deploy time of less than 5 minutes. Everything's good. And this is your architecture. You have a single page application connecting to an application server which connects to a database. Simple, clean, everything's going smooth. Then, what happens next? So you are doing your e-commerce startup. People start loving your product. And all of a sudden, everyone on social media is talking about it. People are sharing stories, sharing it with their friends, gifting it. What happens now? Your customers and the number of orders that you're shipping per day increases. And what happens when your number of orders or customers increase? Your feature requests increase. All of a sudden, you have to build a ton of features very quickly. So what is the obvious step? increase the number of developers. Now, instead of 3, you have more than 25 developers in the team. And your traffic has increased to 50K users. You are still managing. Your deploy time is also around 15 minutes. Creates a lot of collaboration issues in the team. Then you do your big sale, big Diwali sale, a dream for an e-commerce startup in India. What happens? The site crashes. So clearly there are challenges. Now you go back and you see you started with a React code base, but now it's like a huge, huge monolith. You have more than 150 components. There are redundancies. State management is challenging. You started using Redux Slice to optimize your state management, and all of a sudden, you have more than 20 Redux slices. You have tons and tons of dependencies, and it is still taking more than 15 minutes to build. One bug, and everything will come crashing down. And say you want to check which shade of blue works best on your website. Forget that. A/B test is a nightmare. Well, the realization is we can always split our backend into microservices and deploy them independently. But what about the front end? Will it always be a monolith? Well, no. Enter micro frontend. And what is basically a micro frontend? So a micro frontend lets you split your application into many sub-applications. And what these applications are, they basically can be developed as well as deployed independently. So we'll look more into it in detail. So now we know about micro frontends. So what do we do next? Is we start working on the architecture evolution. So if you see, now we have split our app into verticals. You have a vertical for a micro frontend 1, a vertical for a micro frontend 2, and a vertical for a micro frontend 3, for example, in this case. Now, what is a vertical? A vertical is nothing but an end-to-end front end as well as the back-end part. This entire vertical can not only be developed independently, but also deployed independently. And this will now give our developers autonomy as well as complete ownership of the part that they are building. So well, we talked about all these verticals, but at the end of the day, they have to tie up to a product because that is what the user is going to see. So in micro frontend, there is this concept of host. You can call it a shell app, you can call it a container, but this host is the one that is responsible for tying up all your micro frontends. It is like the orchestrator and is the foundation of micro frontend architecture. It is responsible for everything across micro frontends, be it routing, be it auth, be it navigation, etc. So we go back to our previous problem. So as you can see right now, we have 4 micro frontends in the example: a product micro frontend, a cart micro frontend, a payment micro frontend, and a profile micro frontend. All of them are made in React. Now a quick question. Say I want to add a seller micro frontend. How many of you think that it will be difficult with this architecture? No one? How many of you think it will be easier? The rest are undecided. Okay, so another question. How many of you think that the seller app needs to be built in React only? Quick show of hands. How many of you think it has to be in React only, if it's this architecture that I'm following? And how many of you think we can make it in any language, any framework? Okay, nice. So the thing is, micro frontend gives you complete autonomy. You can develop as well as deploy independently, which means that you have the complete ownership of what framework you want to use. So there are various integration approaches that we'll be discussing, and you will see how, depending on those integrations, you can take a call whether you want to be framework agnostic or you want to be in a particular framework. So, well, what this does is that as and when features are coming up because of your rapid growth, micro front-end architecture lets you add it easily. You don't have to go and bug the other teams. You can just get started independently without disturbing the team autonomy. And the best thing about micro front-end architecture is you don't have to wait for deployment. 10 people don't need to deploy together. You are responsible for your own part and you deploy it independently. So these are some of the key benefits of micro front-end architecture. You get decoupled code bases. So all your micro frontends are only talking to the host app. So there is no coupling as such. You can easily do incremental upgrades. Say you want to change the product page for an e-commerce app, but you don't want to change the other pages. You can always do that. You want to run a campaign. You want a special flavor in the product listing page. You can easily do that now. You are not dependent on the team. It's just a simple change at your end. You can obviously do an independent deployment without depending on the team. You own only your part and you are not responsible for what breaks or what is happening in the other pieces of the code. And this is what leads to autonomous teams which have more ownership and can move with a faster velocity. So what we'll do now is we'll quickly look at an example. So this is basically an e-commerce app that I've built. It's the Geek Store, and because we are all geeks here, and it primarily sells electronics items. So this entire app is basically your container application or the host app that we discussed. And it is responsible for rendering all the common page elements. So say certain header, footer, your copyright things that you write, or the header like you see here, which will be constant across your application. You don't need to build it for all the micro frontends. That is something that the host app will take care of. And it also does your authentication. Now, the host app is also responsible for the navigation part. And it is going to bring all the micro frontends together onto the page. And it tells which micro frontend, when and where to render itself. So you can see that when I'm clicking on products, our host application is taking care of the routing as well as it is displaying this product micro frontend. So now what we'll do is look at a quick demo. So this is a demo where I'm showing all the micro frontends. So if you click on inspect, you can see when I'm in products tab, I can see the products app. Then when I click on cart and I'm clicking on inspect, I can see the cart app there. So now let us see how interaction happens across these micro frontends. So what we are doing is, first we will be adding a product. So when you add a product, it should also reflect in the cart. So here my product micro frontend and my cart micro frontend are expected to interact with each other. So we'll see how that interaction will happen. So when I'm adding it to cart, you can see that the user is clicking on adding to cart and the host is receiving the message. So you can see that message, add to cart. Then the host is actually going and telling the cart micro frontend that you have to add it to the cart. Then it is getting that response back from the cart micro frontend and displaying it in the console. The next thing is interaction within. So like you saw, when we click on proceed to checkout, again the checkout micro frontend should have the detail for the cart, the quantity as well as the price, because that is what we are supposed to pay. And if you closely look there, you will see when I click on this, host says navigating to payment. So it means that the moment I click on proceed to checkout in the cart page, the host knows that I have to call the payment micro frontend. And the host is then also going to the cart micro frontend and saying, give me the cart, because that is how the payment micro frontend is going to figure out what is the amount that has to be paid. So you can see how this interaction with the micro frontends is happening. And once we click on, say, pay this $1,977, you can see it is again getting the response and it is going to the cart micro frontend, and it knows that the moment you have made the payment, the cart needs to be reset. All the items that are there in the cart should not be there once we make a payment. And you can see how these interactions across micro frontends can be managed. So let's move to the next demo. A quick question. How many of you think that all of these micro frontends need to be running simultaneously? A quick show of hands. Okay. I'll give you a minute. What I mean to say is that my product, cart, payment, profile has to run at the same time. Perfectly. Yeah, I'm getting more hands. Okay. So let us see this example. So all these apps are independent, and you can see that they are running on the terminal. I go and I closed my cart. Let me just run it again. Look closely. What I am doing is I am closing my cart micro frontend, shutting it down. Okay, I go there, I shut down my cart micro frontend. So products page is showing, it's working, it is able to get the data, but my cart is not working because I shut it down. I go to payment, it's there. I go to profile, it's there. So what does this mean? If one of your micro frontend goes down for whatever reason, the other parts of your application are not impacted. You are able to isolate the failure. And this, as a revenue generating business or as a big business, it's very, very important. Anything can go down. You can have any issue in the front end, in the back end, in the database, but you should be able to isolate the failure. One mistake in a profile page should not hinder people from being able to order from the app. People will not even notice it. So that isolation of failure is something that you can do with micro frontends architecture. Okay, so how many of you know this ID? Yeah, quick, yeah, please. Right. So it's the Kiro ID, and let me show you. So I built this entire application using the Kiro ID, and it's a new agentic AI IDE. And what it does is that it can let you add features in the app. So if you closely look, I was asking it to integrate the proceed to checkout, and it should take me to the payment page in the cart. So you can see it is doing all the searching, it is going through all your code base, it is trying to figure out what changes it needs to do. It knows that I have built a micro front-end architecture, so I need to have that routing through the host and not a direct call. And you can see it is doing the changes everywhere. So if you click on this, you can see all the small changes that it is doing stepwise. And if you want to accept, you can accept. You want to edit, you can edit. You want to reject, you can reject. So this, and it will also give you like a summary of what it has done. So what this does is that it can accelerate your development journey very, very easily. And adding simple features, making sure that the architecture that we have added is there becomes easier. So we basically have two modes here. One is the vibe mode, and the other is the spec-driven mode. Okay, just give me a second. Yeah. So what the vibe mode does is that it helps you do a rapid exploration and testing. If you quickly want to add a small feature in a database, if you want to add a small feature in your code base, you want to make a small change, you are not very, very clear on what the exact requirements are, you can use the vibe mode. But there is also another mode, that is the spec-driven development mode. And what this does is basically, it lets you create a detailed plan first before delving deeper into the code bases. And it will create like 3 documents for you. It will have a requirements.md file that it will create. It will create a low-level detailed design doc for you so that you can have that, what architecture you are using, why you are using. And the third is basically it will then, based on the requirements, which will have like the user acceptance criteria and everything, based on the design, it will create a task list. And you can actually then start building as per tasks, exactly like how a real engineering team would work. So do give it a try out for your applications. And now, let us talk about the integration approaches. So we have talked about how these micro frontends are going to interact with each other via the host. But how do these integration approaches work? What are they exactly? So one common integration approach is basically the server-side template composition approach. This is, as a lot of you might actually be familiar with it, it lets you render HTML on the server out of multiple templates of fragments. You basically have an index.html which contains common page elements, and then it uses server-side to actually plug in page-specific content from the HTML files. So this example actually shows you that micro frontend is not necessarily a very new technique. It is not something that you have to, devise something novel to implement it. It is something that we do on a daily basis. It is something that we know about. It is just that we have to be careful about our design decisions and how it is affecting the autonomy of our code bases and our teams. The second way of actually doing an integration is via an iframe. So how many of you have used iframes? Yeah. See, you already knew micro frontends. And again, so by the nature itself, you can just use an iframe and you can build it out. Iframe also gives you like a really good degree of isolation in terms of global variables, and they do not interfere with each other. The third is module federation. So module federation is basically like a Docker for the front end, and it's a Webpack 5 feature that allows JavaScript applications to dynamically load code from other applications at runtime. So as you can see, it can dynamically load and it can just call it. So what is basically the difference between these three approaches? So they differ on a lot of like parameters, and we'll be looking into them. So like one is the integration time. When are they actually integrated? So your iframe, it happens during runtime. Your module federation happens during runtime. And your server side can happen either during build or runtime. Isolation. Depending on your teams, depending on your use case, how much isolation you want. So in iframe, you get complete isolation. In server-side composition, you get complete isolation. But module federation, you have some amount of shared scope there. Again, in terms of performance, module federation is the fastest, but your iframe is the slowest among the three. In terms of technology, yes, both iframe and server-side are framework agnostic. In terms of complexity, again, iframe is the most simple. But in terms of bundle size, iframe is the heaviest. So you can see, it's not that any one approach wins over the other. It depends on your use case. It depends on what you are trying to achieve. So, well, we have heard about only good things about micro frontend. But with every architectural choice that we do, there is a trade-off. There is a cost that we have to pay. So one is definitely in terms of performance. Performance overhead in terms of which approach you choose. It can be due to payload size. It can be due to loading multiple micro frontends. It can be due to repeated libraries or code. So again, depending on your chosen approach, you can have this issue. The second is around user experience and consistency. Now we have divided our team. Everyone is autonomous. How do we ensure consistency as a brand? How do you ensure that the user has the same experience across your entire application? So that again becomes a challenge when we choose the micro frontend approach. There has to be like a really good coordination among the teams. Then in terms of complexity, obviously you have to think a lot compared to a monolith as to how you want to go about with a micro frontend. The design decisions have to be really well thought of. Otherwise, you quickly again fall into the same spiral that you were trying to escape. Testing can become challenging, especially integration testing across all the micro frontends. And obviously, development and deployment. Everyone will have their own way of working. Everyone will want a separate CI/CD, their way of doing. Again, making sure that everything is happening as per standards can be challenging. So how should you actually best arrange your team? So the two challenges that actually happen when you try to scale micro frontend across multiple teams is that people start to have their own interpretation of the paradigm. They make framework choices, they make library choices, and they create their own tooling. And second is fully autonomous teams must take responsibility for generic capabilities such as low-level infrastructure management as well. And that's why to avoid that redundancy, this is like one of the suggested approaches, that you have two additional teams when you do a micro front-end architecture. You have an enablement team, which is taking care of what the tools, libraries, what the standards should be around your architecture. And the other is you have a platform team, who basically takes care of all the undifferentiated heavy lifting, like setting up CI/CD. Every micro front-end doesn't need to figure out how to do it. What should be the infra and everything? Every micro front-end doesn't need to dedicate a resource to it. So this is where this approach can help. So now, like, the primary key takeaways are how micro front-end can help you have independent implementation as well as avoid sharing logic across your micro front-ends. How should you model your micro front-end? How do you decide which units should be separate? Is primarily along the business domain that you are in. So a domain-driven design is something that you can look into. And all your micro front-ends should always be owned by a single team. One team responsible for one micro front-end. So that's it from my side. If you want to check about Kiro, you can just scan this QR code. And AWS has this really good resource on understanding and implementing micro frontends. So you can scan the second QR code towards the right to look into it. So I would love to answer any questions that you have. That's it from my side. I'm Ashita Prasad from AWS, and you can follow me on my social handles at Ashita Prasad. In case we are short on time, I'm here for the next 2 days. You can find me at the AWS booth. So any questions around micro front-end architecture, around any front-end concepts you want to discuss, you want to like just have a chat, would love to interact with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashita. I think that was a deep dive into micro front-end architecture. As Ashita mentioned, we do not have time for questions right away because we started late, but Ashita will be there at the booth for the next 2 days. Please, please go and talk to her because, as I said, she seems very studious, she knows her stuff, and I'm pretty sure that you learned a lot. Let's do a fun thing. Like after each talk, we'll just go around the buzzwords and see what is the one takeaway in one word of each talk. So can you all just start buzzing about this talk? Like what is it? Can I hear that? Micro frontend was in the topic, please. Be more creative, don't be an AI. Module federation, okay, okay. Come on, give some nice feedback also, that's also good. Amazing, fantastic. Thank you so much, Ashita, for the deep dive into micro front-end architecture. Moving on, I would like to call on stage Mayank Mahavar. Are you ready? Yes? And he will be teaching us framework design lessons. So he is going to talk about his experience of building Catalyst Core for 260 million users. And I was talking to Mayank. If you love PUBG, if you love gaming, if you love to play badminton, he's here. He's here to talk about it or even play with you. And he is the one takeaway that I can talk about so that you don't repeat that buzzword after his talk is how web can be scaled into a more robust application. It's an application altogether. It is so powerful, and we are going to see how right now in his talk. So give a warm and a big round of applause for Mayank. It can be louder till he sets it up. Are you all set up? Okay, he's still setting it up. Story number 2. Who can talk about a funny AI story? Come on. I know all of you are doing it, so please. It's okay if it's short and sweet. I'm fine with that. Do I see a hand somewhere? No? No? Yeah, please go ahead. Can I have a mic here, please, quickly? You come on stage, please. Hi. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself. I know. I'll help you out till we get one.
Hey guys, I'm Vishnu. So, yeah, like the story is like when I was working on a side project, like it was based on React TypeScript. So there was some TypeScript errors that was coming up. So I asked like cursor, can you please fix this TypeScript error? And I hit enter and I went for a break. When I came back and just saw that, it was like some 200 files were changed. It literally changed all the TypeScript to JavaScript, and it gladly says, I fixed your TypeScript error. Here you go. I was like, wow, okay. Then the revert button is the one that I have to click right away.
Oh my God, that's really, really funny. Thank you for sharing this. It was really funny. So whatever is the root cause of the problem, just remove it. That's the takeaway. Mayank, are you all set up? Yeah? Okay, over to you, Mayank. Have a good talk.
Hi guys, this is Mayank. and I work with Tata and MG. Today, I'm gonna talk about the lessons which we learned while building a framework which allowed us to ship product features and web experiences to millions of the users, get the feedback from them, and built on it. So till now, what we did is this framework is open source. So every time we faced any challenges, any problem statement came to us, we created a discussion of it, and we started logging it on the GitHub. So I'm just gonna crush it all and create a presentation out of it. And if you guys want to deep dive it, understand the metrics more, you can scan the QR code and follow the discussion page, right? So moving on, before I start my talk, I want to talk about the heritage which we have got. So last year, Saurabh came on React India and open sourced our internal tool. And I'll just give you a gist of it, what he talked about. It's just that what are good APIs and what are bad APIs, and how every layer of application matters when you are trying to build a web experience. You guys can check the video, or you can scan the QR code and check about it. So I have summarized my talk in 3 key sections. The first part is the problem statement. The second part is the solutioning bit. And the third part is, did it make sense, right? So defining the problem statement is very important, because as an engineer, sometimes what I do is I find something cool and I start experimenting it without thinking that whether it will benefit our devs, our product, or it will help in improving something. Sometimes that inner engineer of me just want to break things and just start building something. So until or unless I define my problem statement, I can't understand whether I'm gonna create an impact or not. Then comes the second part of it, which is the solutioning bit. Was I able to solve it or not? If I able to solve it, then awesome. So we did solve it, and then came the important part, is the impact, right? How was the impact? Did we went in the right direction? Did we find something else, or we made it worse or better? So we made it better. We'll show you. So I'll give you a scenario which you guys can refer to. For example, assume there is one guy, one developer who knows web, who knows Android, and who knows iOS. Now the product comes to the developer and says, I want to ship a feature and I want to share it with the shareholder, and I want to see the feedback from them and mature the product, right? So what happens is the developer initially make the feature in the web, share it with the shareholders, mature it, and take it to the production. Then he developed in Android and iOS as well. But what happens is, even if I had the problem statement on the first day and I solved it on the second week, I had to replicate in the 3 different platforms, and sometimes other platform takes more time. Assuming the web took 2 weeks, let's say Android took 3 weeks, and iOS took the similar amount. I had now 8 weeks of development, which I had to do. And I have now 3 code bases. And assuming even in a perfect world, I obviously forgot a corner case or a scenario where the bug increased. So now I have to solve the same bug in 3 different platforms, and the same iteration happens over and over again, right? So let's break it down, the problem statement again, into 3 crisp points, okay? This first part is, the same developer can't do it. So you have to have a different teams, Android, iOS, and the web team. So you have a high cost of maintaining all of those teams. You have to make sure that they communicate well, everybody are on the same wavelength, and so and so. And then comes the second part, inconsistency. Even if how good everyone as a developer, how good everybody communicate to each other, the experience will always be different. I'll give you an example. So we were building a ad patient page, which had like 10 to 11 fields, and everybody was building in the separate platform. And so what happened is that sometimes that patient fields will be pre-filled by default. So let's say there's 5 fields are already filled. The user has to scroll to search which is the next field. They have to enter the value. So what I did, I just implemented scroll to view. So if whatever fields are already filled, I'll just skip them and focus on the field which requires the attention from the user. So it became better for the user. But when the same experience got built in Android and iOS, this was not part of the requirement, so it got skipped. So there will always be inconsistency when different developers try to build it, because everybody likes to build their solution differently, right? And then comes the part of the slow velocity. Since there are different platforms which you are trying to build and then take it to production, and you have a different release cycle to it. So even if you had solved a problem in a particular platform, it is taking more time to take it to another platforms, right? So what is the solution part of it? We thought we will create something called web-based multi-platform framework. Not sure why is it not updating here. Okay. So we created something called web-based multi-platform framework, because at the core of all, we believe that every web dev here doesn't build websites. You guys build web experiences, right? That does not know any bound. So whenever you are building anything, you don't think that it will not go to Android, it will not go to iOS, or it will not work here. The moment you are building, you are thinking it will go to all possible devices, and you are trying to solve a problem which will help the user to meet their needs, and you are creating that beautiful experience. And that beautiful experience has to elevate to all platforms without you doing the repetitive work. The tool needs to become better rather than the dev has to do the repetition of a work, right? Being said that, what I'm trying to say is I will build it once and I'll make sure that it will run anywhere, right? And to do that, what will I gain from it, right? So initially, I was taking 8 weeks in that scenario. Now I have 2 weeks. In the 2 weeks, I have my web app, at the same time my universal app that gives me single code base. At the same time, if I had a bug, which I should be having it, so I will have only one bug. And if I solve it in web, it will be solved in all 3 platforms. I have a 3x cost reduction. My delivery becomes faster. I am able to give a consistent quality. Whether it is a good quality or bad quality, that I don't know, but it will be a consistent quality, right? And this is not something which we thought about in a closed group. This is something which we have tried and tested on our 1MG platform, where we have understood from the users what are their feedbacks and how this whole thing works. And at the core of the vision which we have, we believe that web dev is the future, and the future is here. If we have, just imagine, let's say a new API comes today. By tomorrow, there will be 1,000 examples built on top of it, and you will be saying, this is so awesome. So why do we limit it? Why do we limit it only to web? Let's build it, let's take it to another platforms as well, right? So now comes the question, how are we gonna do it? Did we solve it? Yes, we did solve it. We use something called web views, which allows you to run browsers in your app. So your native app will be running a browser inside it. So the moment you deploy your web app, your native app updates. So the more focus which you have to follow on is to build a beautiful web experience, and that will elevate to your native apps, right? But as we all know, if I gain something, I lose something, right? So if I am able to run a dynamic app without updating on App Store and Play Store, there should be some shortcomings to it. There should be some scenario where there will be limits to it, right? We started understanding those limits, and with that mindset, we thought, let's just break all the limits and figure out most of the challenges and see if we can do it better, right? There are multiple challenges which came to us, but at the end, I'm just gonna explain few of them to you, right? For every these topics which I'm gonna explain, there is a separate GitHub discussions for them, which there will be a QR code at the bottom of it. You can scan it and check the matrices side by side with you, because I can't explain everything right now. So being said that, let's start with the first tools of the trade, which says WebView pooling and threads, right? So I explained, right, I can run a browser inside an app, but how does that work? So by default, when you navigate to any web app, you are either clicking a link or you have pasted the URL in address bar and started, you pressed enter and your page starts streaming to you, right? But how does it work in WebView? So initially your app will start. Once your app launch finishes, then WebView instance or objects get created and then the navigation starts. So this amount of time is very considerable and it feels like your app is slow. This is something which we can't have. We can't let user feel that our app is slow. So what did we come up with? We come up with something called WebView pooling. What is WebView pooling is, we pre-warmed different web views to make sure that as soon as your app gets started, at the same time, we have pre-warmed web view. The moment your app finished launching, you have a web view available for you, and it navigates to your website. That gives you zero loading time, and your page starts streaming to you as soon as your app as soon as your app has launched, right? Now there is something when we try to understand the web views and this universal app part bit of it, right? We understood that there are something which native does it better rather than the web layer, and there's something which web does it better. And we don't want a web dev to leave the web ecosystem and then go do something in native, right? So there is something better which is called threading, right? Traditional approach is one web view, one thread, and it's a sequential loading. So it feels slow. How do we solve it? We started creating multiple threads and allowed parallel loading. That happens without even leaving your web ecosystem. We understood that we have to do a heavy lifting when it comes to image processing, complex calculations, and file operation. But at the end, when you're trying to build that experience of it, that is controlled by your web layer, UI, UX, business logic, and user interaction, right? So how does this whole threading architecture works? So whenever any request get formed, we first try to understand whether the device can create the threads, whether the threads are available or not, right? So first we check whether the threads are available or not. If the threads are available, we check what kind of operation it is. If it is a main UI thread, we don't touch it because that's how it is supposed to work. But let's say it's a non-blocking UI thread. It's a 10 async call of yours, 10 async calls on the network, getting some assets of it. We take that calls, we create multiple threads in background, and we attach all of those requests to it. Once the response comes back to it, we update the main UI thread with it. So that way, without even leaving your web ecosystem, you get the benefit of using these threads, right? And what happens when you have an I/O operations, such as using a camera, image processing, attaching a file, opening a file, all that happens by native, and that happens in the background, because of which your web remains smooth and it feels really nice. So again, so if you guys want to see what were our initial approaches to this, what did we think of it, whether we wanted to do it or not, so you can check the discussion link and see what matrices we come up with, what were the impacts of it, and that's it. Let's move to the next part of it, which says universal caching, right? Now, most of you who would have either built your own web apps or anything, you would have come across the caching bit of it. And you will be asking me, I know caching, I can figure out my caching layer, okay? You don't need to do that for me. But even if a web is not slow, even if the web app is not slow, it feels slower than the native app. And there is a reason for it. Because web has something which native doesn't. So web has a network dependency which native doesn't. Native serves their asset directly from local. So that dependency can never be removed. So how do we solve it? We started caching the network calls in the local so that whenever it is required, it comes from the native. That way it feel like a native layer. So how does that whole scenario works? So I'll assume any request start coming to you, any resource request comes to you. First of all, we check whether that resource, whether that request should be cacheable or not. based on the cache pattern which is provided by you. So once we understand that it is not cacheable, we let it go through the main network call. But if it is supposed to be cached, first we check whether it is available in the cache or not. If it is not available in the cache, we mark it as a cache miss, then we get it from the network, then provide it to the web view, and in the background, we start storing it. So next time when you come, it should be available. So next time when you come, we check what is the freshness of that request. If it is fresh, there's a limit to it, which you guys can configure. If it is fresh, we gave the cache back to the web view. And if it is stale, means there's a time where it was fresh and it is about to expire. In that amount of time, what we do, we provide the cache back to you, but in background, we revalidate the request and update the cache. And let's say worst case scenario, it is expired. Then what do? We discard the cache, get it from the network, and then send it back to you, right? This is something which we are doing to cache your whole assets, right? But there's another part of it, which is how are we managing that cache? So this is something we try to solve it by creating a two-tier architecture where we have a memory cache separately and a disk cache. So every app have their own memory. So whatever is present in the memory get retrieval very fast, and there's something we create a disk. It's like a folder where we just cache everything and we load it to the memory, and then memory takes over, right? And at the same time, we try to figure out few algorithms, and we ended up building a priority queue. And so that allowed us to make sure that whichever is the most recently used stays on the top of your cache. So whenever is somebody try to retrieve it, it comes way faster for you, right? Again, you guys can check out the whole discussion if you guys want to. With being said that, I move on to the next bit of it, which says native bridge and the base hook, right? Till now, you guys have understood that I was able to open the web inside my native platform, and I'm able to make it feel like a native as well, right? But there is some part which is still missing out, which is like interaction to the native APIs, like interacting with the camera, files, and so and so. Even though web has that experience, native has cracked it better. And we want to reuse that part without leaving the web ecosystem. So how do we do it? Even if we think of it, like if let's say today I want to build it, there is all platform try to interact with the same API in a very different manner. Web will have a different API, iOS has a different API, Android has a different API, right? So now we had two problems. First, we want to access it without leaving from the ecosystem. Second part is, I don't want to write different code just to do the same part of it, right? How did we do it is, we use custom hooks, as well as at the same time, we use the JSI layer. So what is the JSI layer is, it's a bridge which let you communicate between native and web, right? So what happens is, as soon as you have a custom hook for anything, and you invoke any function, it first registers that API to the JSI and sees whether that API is available or not. Once it is available, it invokes that particular function to the native, and native takes care of that particular request and gives the data back to you. Then JSI updates that particular hook and then updates the states. What it does, it gives you the ability to play with the states however you guys want to be, right? And how do I even use it, right? So you use a single line of code. You just use import the API which you want to use from the Catalyst core hook, and then you're good to go. The platform awareness comes from us. We figure out which platform it is going to be, and based on that, we figure out which API has to be called. There's a zero native code. You are not gonna write any native code. Native code will be figured out in the background. And all you have to do is make sure that you build beautiful web experience. That's it. That's all you need to do. So now you guys must be thinking that, yeah, I have figured out most of it, right? I'm running a web browser. I'm running a web browser inside the native part of it. And I'm able to cache the whole thing. And even if and now I have figured out the native API as well, right? So now the part is what is left. I've done it all, right? I made WebView on steroids. I figured out, make sure that the perceived performance is better. I made sure that I'm able to get that native API ka UX as well. Now, what is left? What left is, one day, one of our team which was using this framework came up to us and said that we are trying to attach a file which is 14 or 15 MB in average size, and our largest size is 20 MB. And because of that, the web feels very slow. So we understood one part immediately, that in native, it is very common to handle a very large files. You would have played any games, you would come to know that there's a 1.5 GB file got downloaded and it works like there's nothing there. So how are we gonna do this, right? Because this is something which will come up in a native app, right? So we thought of it to create a tri-file transport layer, which allows us to handle the native part of it, which allows us to handle these files on the native layer, and then allows us to take the advantage on the web part of it, right? So when the file is selected, we first try to figure out what is the file size of it. When the file size is less than 2 MB, what we do is we create a base64 data URI of it, and that is available with the object, which you can use it to show any image or any file of it. But if it is above than 2 MB, what we do is we spin up a server inside a native and then gives a dynamic route for that particular file. What that allows you to use it anywhere in your SRC, and if you want to create a request with it, you can just directly create a file object with it. And that way you don't have to, web doesn't needs to feel a slow, junky. It becomes way smoother, and things becomes better. 1 minute. Yeah. Again, if you guys want to see how the whole transport layer is and what were the things we initially thought of it, you can check the discussion page, and that's it, right? Being said that, we have figured out all, right? But if you guys would have known that with great power comes great responsibility, this is where we need to think on the next part of it, right? Since web is dynamic, that allows you to potentially access any URL, right? That means there's a security part as well of it, right? There's a security challenge. Malicious domain can be used, data leaks can happen, security vulnerabilities are there. So how do you deal with it? You whitelist. You will be giving us a whitelist, and we will use it to enforce it in the framework. That way, the developer is driving what is the security parameter of it, right? So what happens is, what this security parameter does, whenever we get that whitelisting part of it, that parameters is enforced on multiple levels. First thing is framework derives by it. Whatever you have said, this is what framework will do. Second thing, that validation happens on the build time. We do the validation on the runtime as well. This whitelisting part happens on build part as well, and we log everything of it, right? This gives you the architectural responsibility to make sure that what is your security parameter and how you want to make sure your app feels it, right? Now, being said that, there are, I think initially I said, right, problem statement, solution, and there is an impact of it. Explain the problem, understood the solution, but did it make sense? So it kind of made. So we started talking to the devs, the shareholders, and the product, and we tried to understand what metrics were they. Did it made an impact, right? So with being said that, there was a metric called specific platform bug rate. So since this is a multi-platform, if there was no bugs such as that it works only in web, it does not work in Android, it does not work in iOS. If it works in one platform, it works in all the platform, right? Because of that, we got a confidence that it will work in all of it, and our specific platform bug rate was below 1%. Then comes the part of the engineering bandwidth. The engineering bandwidth decreased by 67%. And it is not only for the coding part of it. As a developer, all of you would have known, as soon as it stops working, you will be like, whom should I ask? Whom should I ask? So when it stops working in either Android or iOS, web guy is not going to the native team and asking, it's not working, can you help me out? He understands there's basically a web tag, which I can figure it out, and I can solve it. That way, our engineering bandwidth decreased by 67%. And then comes a very interesting metric which we understood after talking to product, right? What happened is, if whenever we used to have a feature and we try to solve for it, we generally had to come up with, which needs to go in all the platform, we had to have a meetings where we decide whether that can be solved, whether that is a common solution or not. Because what happens is, which is simple in web, it's not simple in Android, and it's not simple in iOS. I'll give you a very short example. So for example, you use your web, right, in a portrait mode. If you just tilt it and made it in the landscape, it auto-scale. It's a responsive. And that is normal for us. Yeah, it works, right? But in native, they have to maintain that state. The moment that state changes, they have to make sure that that works. So even if it is a simple in a particular platform, doesn't mean it will be simple in another platform. So we used to have discussions to make sure that one platform doesn't have a complex solution. Because of introducing this framework, what happened is that those meetings went away and we started focusing on the product part of it, right? Because we understand, if it works in web, it will work in other platforms, right? Then other part of it is, which we wanted to understand, did it add any overhead of it? What happened to the code review time? What happened to the, how much time it is take to ship it, right? So there was 0% code review time, because previously we were building a good web apps, now also a good web apps. There were few more matrices, which we understood that rapid deployment started happening. If we get a feature by Monday, we finish it and deploy it by Friday. That happens in all three platforms. And when it comes to the update part of it, product started experimenting more. They started to release more feature and roll back more features. So agile updates started happening in every 2 days, because everybody was like, yeah, this framework works. It works in web. This should work it, right? That confidence started coming in the product and the shareholders as well. And then comes the part where we were able to update the previous versions app as well. So you will have apps which will have an older version app and a new version app. You can't update the older version app and in a different platform. But since this is a web, you can put a checks. For this version, I want to show the experience like this, and for this version, I want to show the experience like this. So you can update the app for the different versions simultaneously, right? Then we started asking for something called web view-based enhancements, like how much time we talked to the teams which were which were using this framework versus the team which were not using this framework. So the team which were using it, they were able to do the enhancement within 1 to 2 weeks, whereas the team who were not having their own team for each platform, they were able to do the enhancement in 1 to 1.5 months. That's what we came to know. Then comes part about the adoption bit. So the adoption was very smooth because there was nothing required to learn. Right? There are a few more matrices about what is the time to market. The time to market went improved by 85%. 8 weeks becomes 1.2 weeks. Now 2-3 tests per quarter in A/B testing became 15 plus tests per quarter. Quality and consistency drastically improved because there's a one code base we need to maintain. We could maintain it better, right? Being said that, right? So with this, I want to say that till now, the limit was the tool. What we were building it, we would never thought it will not go to a certain platforms and so and so. And tool was stopping us to break free. So we went ahead and fixed the tool. You use it, and a single line of code allows you to build powerful native functionalities to make sure that you bring that beautiful experiences to all the platform, right? Now, what is in it for you guys? Right? What should you do, right? So what you guys should do is, you guys should go ahead, create a CCA app, create Catalyst app, rip CRA, but create a code base with it, and then follow the quick start guide, set up your system, and then create the first universal feature, and at the end, become an application engineers, right? Because I believe we are not web devs, we can be an application engineers because we can just create beautiful application as much as we want to be. And at the end, make sure that those users which are demanding more from you, they feel like, yeah, they got whatever they want, right? With that, this is my team, which we have been working on to build this framework. And we butt heads and make sure that whatever we are building should be according to the users. The DevX should be better, and it should improvise in some sense of manner, right? A very special thank to the whole 1MG core team, which tried us to play with this framework, gave us their input feedbacks, and at the same time, those users which asked us more and more. And I can go on about how they asked us, right? There was a keyboard fix and so, but I need to hurry on, right? With that, that's been my time, guys. This is the QR code for if you guys want to connect with me on LinkedIn. And there's an aggregated link where we have previous talks which you can go through. There's a slides, there's a documentation, there's a discussion group happening, and there's a Discord channel as well. So you guys can connect on with us. That's been my time. I'm here for remaining 2 days. If you guys see me and you just want to talk about it, not with this framework, anything you want to come up, and if you want to try something on, I'm there, right? And hopefully I get to connect most of with you, and that's it. Thank you, guys.
That was great. Thank you, Mayank. Again, I'll come back to the buzzwords. What is it that you felt about this talk? CCA? Okay. Catalyst? Okay. Web views? All right. Universal caching. Okay. What else? All right. Mayank, I hope you heard all of the buzzwords that the audience here chattered. Thank you so much for the amazing talk. This is the time for a break, a much needed break, revitalize yourself. One more adventure that I'll ask you to seek is that we have the photo booth upstairs. Go and click the wackiest selfies with you or with your group and post it on Twitter. And the best ones will definitely get some prizes. So go upstairs, get some pictures clicked, and post it on Twitter. Tag React India, and we'll pick the best ones. There is something that I want to call out. I think you don't have a mic? Okay. Okay. Anyway, I'll thank our sponsors for sponsoring our event today. Can we have the sponsor slide, please? These are our platinum sponsors, AWS. We have our silver sponsors, Talentship, and our CCM. I think I spelled it right this time. I pronounced it right. And then we have the gold sponsors, Brevo Firebase and DE Shaw. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. Thank you for making it possible. Do you have it yet? Okay. Now, for a brief moment, I would like to invite Ansh on stage, who is at the AWS stall. It is the same stall that Ashita is also at. And they want to talk about another fun quiz, another fun treasure hunt, or I am not sure what he has in store for you. So please welcome on stage Ansh.
Thank you, thank you. Hey everyone, hope you're having a wonderful morning. My name is Ansh. I am from the AWS India Developer Relations team. AWS is a platinum sponsor for this event, ensuring and enforcing our commitment to supporting communities, vibrant communities like React India. We also have a booth outside where you can find Ashita and Ananya, who are our experts in Frontend and React and GenAI respectively. We are also doing a challenge called Think, React, and Build, where we have some amazing swags for you. You could just scan a QR code and participate in the challenge. It's self-explanatory. It's a blog where you can learn, speak to our AWS experts, and win swags as a takeaway. So please feel free to catch up with us outside, and really, really excited to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ansh. So please do participate. We have a lot of challenges going on. Funniest AI story, your photo booth selfies, the AWS challenges. I think you're raising a hand, no? Okay, you're just stretching yourself. Oh, that's great. Let's all stretch ourselves. But please help yourself to some coffee, have a much needed break, and come back to the event in another 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
React India. React. AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how do you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how do you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard, and partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React India. React.
React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. React India. React, React. React India. React, React. React India. React, React. React India. React, React. React India. React. React India. React. React India. React.
See me? Don't hate me, but please come because we are going to start our next talk in another 2 minutes. We're running short of time. We want to wrap up the agenda quickly so that it doesn't get tedious for any of you. For any other networking, you can just have it during lunch. Please come down now. I'll wait for another 1 minute, I think. Not more than that. And before that, has anybody else come up with any other funny AI story that you want to share? Yeah, please. Please come on stage. Your name and then.
Yeah, this is Madan from Logitech. So this is not exactly mine. I was a spectator. Yeah, I was a spectator to it. My colleague Tangapandin was evaluating certain AI tools for our adoption. So what he did was he built a feature entirely using AI and created MR and let the AI review it. Whatever it created, it said everything is shit. It commented in every other line. It went on like, 10 cycles. Then we literally abandoned it.
Okay.
He had a fun time working with it.
That was wrong of you to out him like that. You just posted his funny story, but thank you for sharing this. Yeah, do you want to come in? Okay. One last bit before I start to the next speaker. Anybody wants to share a good AI story? Yeah, where somewhere where it actually helped. We've been making fun of it for far too long, and being in the core AI group, I don't feel very comfortable. So anybody here who wants to share something which is truly amazing that the AI has done? No? All of you are skeptics? Okay, let me ask. This is a fun question. How many of you feel AI will take your job? Wow, all super intelligent, super confident people here. Loving that. So none of you feel AI will take your job. It's not there yet. What about 10 years from now? I see some hands. Okay, great. I see folks coming back. Should we start? Okay. I'll just, can you please present the sponsor slide? It's important because sponsors really support us in this conference. So I would just like to acknowledge and thank them as much as possible. Our platinum sponsor, AWS. Our gold sponsors, Brevo, Firebase, and DE Shaw. And our silver sponsors, Talentship and our CCM. I don't know what made you choose that name. Maybe I can connect with you in the break and get to learn more around our CCM. All right. Our next speaker, are you all set up? I would like to welcome on stage the next speaker who has been an MC in the past for the same event for consecutive, how many years?
I'm bad at math, but they were multiple years.
Yeah. So he is the OG React India MC. And how many of you here love cricket? Okay, cricket fans. Okay, I see that side, so that's probably your audience. He works at Geo Hotstar, so if you feel you want to kind of say something about Geo Hotstar, good or bad, he's the guy for you. Luckily or unluckily, he's my husband. So welcoming the next speaker on stage, Ankeet Maini, who's going to talk about the story of the 2 World Cups.
Thank you, Varsha, for the excellent introduction, although I feel it could have been better. Okay, I still see some empty seats. I hope you're dialing in your friends because I spent way too much on these slides. Cool. So I'm Ankeet Maini, and this talk is about how we scaled Hotstar to serve 2 World Cups. The story of 2 World Cups. I hope my ticker works. But before that story, who are we actually? Can anybody guess who are we? So we are the only app in the world to have set world records in making these many people. I mean, so I meant set world records in streaming and storytelling, folks, not the other thing that you are thinking right now. But today it's time for another story. The one that is in making since 2021, when we started doing a big rewrite of our entire architecture backend and frontend. And the one that's never been streamed, and it won't also. So I can't imagine how lucky you are. I mean, clap for yourselves. So flashback, will take you back in time, January 2023. The world was celebrating New Year's, while people at Hotstar were busy running some numbers, obviously, to find out how many people would come to watch the World Cup. And before we could even finish our calculations or watch this epic video, shout out if you have watched this video. Okay. I can see that you're shouting internally in your minds, so that's okay. Something changed so drastically that our guts collectively did 12 somersaults. And usually after 3 or 4, you throw up. So we threw up and some more. Because till that day, streaming cricket was subscriber only. So you had to actually buy a subscription on our platform to watch cricket. But then leadership decided. Any guesses what did they decide? Yes, World Cup would be free on mobile. And that's where more than 80% of our traffic comes from. What could go wrong? Absolutely everything. But this is fine, this is fine. 50 million was our projection. And for those of you who do not know how many zeros are in 50 million, it's 5 crores. So there aren't 5 crores zeros, but it's just literal value 5 crores. So 50 million was our projection, which was also wrong, by the way. So we couldn't even calculate it correctly. And we had to build for it from scratch. And during that time, wherever you went in the office, whichever room you were in, people were only talking about 2 things: CPU cores, CDN bandwidth. No matter which Zoom call you joined, people were talking about CPU cores and CDN bandwidth. No matter if you went to washroom, people were still talking about CPU cores and CDN bandwidth. I think this was funny in my head, but I'll skip over. So our earlier estimates said that we were overshooting our available cores by, any guesses how much we were overshooting by? So 20%, the gentleman says 20%. He's very optimistic. Anybody else? 5x, okay. 30%. So we were only overshooting by 70% only. I mean, even after full optimization. And you can imagine the kind of panic that would have set in across teams at Hotstar. And what do you do after you are in panic? You ask for help, right? You organize more meetings. No, you should come to Hotstar. So we all lined up outside the office of Gaurav Kamboj, the speaker of the original video that I showed in previous slides, who's the resident-in-chief of all cores and infrastructure at Hotstar. And as fate would have it, he did not come outside the office the entire day. And he was busy calling AWS. And AWS was not even picking, because they said that we can't even build this infrastructure that you are demanding in whatever time frame that you're looking for. And our backs were truly against the wall. And we were actually crying. You can't see the tears, but I was crying internally. And during that point, I started doing a different calculation. I forgot about CPU cores. I started calculating how much time do I have to live, right? And you can see that's me in the picture. Most of you will say AI, but no. So we were, am I in the way of the slides? You are able to see. OK. So we were 6 months away from this event called 2023 World Cup, which started in October 2023. And 3 months, if you understand, there are code freezes, there's app adoption cycles, there's testing, because you can't just write code and push it all out. So we had only 3 months to do whatever we could. And at this point, as a leader, I took a leave. Folks, please, to think and strategize, come on. OK? So we sat down with our teams thinking, what would millions of free users, I mean, they were not free, they were just free users. I hope they were busy in their lives. What would they do? So they would open app, maybe for the first time, many for the first time, hit homepage, and then we would have to compute homepage response. Then they would click cricket match on the top banner that shows that, hey, which match is right now going on. And they would go to watch page again. And the server will have to compute watch page. And this would be done by every single user over and over again till hundreds of millions of users come on to watch the Cricket World Cup. So we were thinking, how could we do less and save on our computations, right? And the technique to do less and save is like lazy, being lazy, which in computer science parlance is called caching, right? And why weren't we already doing it? We were asking ourselves. Because of that one personalization product manager. I mean, only intelligent people would get this meme. And super intelligent will click a picture and post it on Twitter. So yeah, nobody got this joke. So engineering team could finish all of their resilience testing. They would be ready for the scale. But personalization is that one arrow that fails even the biggest tech giants when you are in such hot spot tournaments. Like, you cannot have personalization at scale. And we will see how and why. So we knew, we were thinking in terms of caching, that we will cache stuff. And when the word spread out, so when product managers knew that what engineering teams are planning to do, reports started coming in that that personalization product manager went on an indefinite hunger strike. He would not eat or drink anything. And he had these two demands. Do not remove continue watching from the homepage. So continue watching is a tray wherein you, most of you, when you watch something, it gets stored there, and you use that continue watching tray. Was I audible? So you use that continue watching tray to resume that content. And do not serve the same homepage to everybody. because what gentleman here is watching might be very classy or cringe, and it might not be the same that you would like. And with hundreds of millions of users, we just cannot have one page for everybody. So what would we do? If we were to do that, if we were to give different homepage to everybody, we would be having a compute explosion. So imagine servers working for each and every one of you at that critical time when hundreds of millions of users are coming in, and it is working, it is overworking to find out what is the content that you would like. Instead of doing all of that, we thought, why not divide all of our users into certain groups, or in cool lingo, cohorts, right? So I could say this group of people who's on this side, because I don't know whether this is right or left, but this side people, they are entertainment-only users. This side is sports-only users. And then we mapped every single user on our app into some of these groups. And so now we were working with these big groups. So instead of working for each individual user, we were thinking in terms of groups, right? And this seems a better way to operate, right? We are doing less now. So a strategy was in place. So we will still do caching, but we will not do for everybody, but we will cache it for a cohort. So instead of saving the same response for all of our users, we will have some cohorts which are lesser than our hundreds of millions of users. So we knew our destination, Hotstar in April, and we knew that I had to go to world wherein caching, so I opened Google Maps, but even Google Maps could not take us there. So this was a joke, friends. I did not put it really. So now in this journey, we will see how we navigated from a very fuzzy, very ambiguous problem statement to the final state, and let's begin. So pit stop 1. Before I tell you how we optimized, it's important that you understand how it works today. So we'll take a 30 seconds refresher on how Hotstar actually works. So you have this Hotstar app, and it says, whenever you open the app, it says, please give me homepage. It hits a CDN, which is Akamai, and this CDN sends a request to our origin server, which builds your homepage and gives it back. So this is the bigger picture. Now let's go one step deeper. This is the page that you actually get, and all of these that you see on your page are actually widgets. So a page is comprised of multiple widgets. So you see the top widget, that's called a masthead. Then you have continue watching, which the product manager wouldn't let us remove. And there are n number of widgets. So the app says, please give me the homepage. The request goes into our servers. There is this gateway, which we will ignore it for a moment, like my wife ignores me. So, and then we would go to page compositor. Page compositor is nothing but our orchestration layer, which composes your page with these widgets. So your home page could have 10 widgets, and which I've shown in the picture. And each widget is a parallel call so that we give you the home page as fast as we could. Now to build out each of these widgets in parallel, computer has to do some work. And that is shown by those exercise emojis. I felt very creative after doing this. So now you know how Hotstar pages are built. They are built of widgets. And now we started figuring out which widgets we could save as is and which we can't. Of course, we couldn't save the personalized widgets. So for example, in this, I have replaced on the left-hand side, if you see my left-hand side, there are these emojis wherein there is only 2 widgets where you have exercise emojis built in. Those are your personalized widgets that we can't save. The rest of the widgets, we could potentially save it because they are same for all users. Let's say top 10 releases in India. Now, top 10 releases in India would be same for all of you, right? So now we knew that we could tag individual widgets which can be saved, which cannot be. So our problem becomes a little bit simpler. So what did we do? We grouped all of those widgets into static versus dynamic widgets. So static widgets you could potentially save. Dynamic widgets you cannot, and you have to run your servers to compute all of this, right? So these widgets are now grouped into these two big groups. Team, everybody with me so far? You can clap if you are with me. Okay. I mean, people on YouTube, please know that these people are loving my talk. So then we changed our app architecture, app and server architecture. And I don't know why we named this track as deferred widgets, because they're static and dynamic widgets, but deferred, we somehow came up with this name. So the app, instead of making one homepage call, the app made two homepage calls. It said, give me static widgets, the first arrow. Is there a pointer I can use? I can't. OK. So give me static widgets. And the server right now gave it just static widgets. There is no caching right now. This is the current architecture. Server computes static widgets separately. Server computes dynamic widgets separately. And the app stitches all of these widgets together and gives you the home page. So after doing all of this, you as a user would say, hey, what did Hotstar ship? Nothing. I don't see a difference in my UX. But behind the scenes, the entire architecture was changed overnight. After this, we were already celebrating within ourselves. Still, we ran a game day test. We started figuring out, did we actually save something? Did our compute actually go down? And what we realized was that each of these widgets needed some common data. Like every widget would want to know, what is the preferred language of this user? And there could be different languages. Like my app could be in a different language, whereas I would want to see my content in a different language. So which language does the user prefer? Now, this is something that is stored by a language service. Second, am I part of some AB group? What is my AB group? Similarly, there could be some common ads data that, hey, what kinds of ads do I like to watch? What kind of ads should be shown to this user, right? So we were figuring out that each of these widgets made calls to these servers on every compute. So even if we would have saved some of these widgets, but at the entry, all of them will call these things, and they became the new hotspots. So we thought, can we do less? Can we be lazy? So instead of each of these widgets calling them, so if there are 10 widgets and these servers are getting 10 calls, can we call them only once? Can we optimize our call graphs? So remember this gateway that we ignored? So gateway was a central thing, and we felt that this is a nice thing that we could put this logic in, that, hey, gateway calls those downstream services, creates the response, and passes along. So now we are zooming into the gateway. And within gateway, there is this auth service that does the authentication. And then we built an enricher. So this enricher did not do anything except it fetched the common data, like AB, cohort, language preference vector, what is the language of the user, ad segments, and created a unified data structure called passport. It's just like when you go to travel, you need a passport. We give passport to each request, right? So a request needs a passport. It's its ticket to go to the downstream servers. I just go back so that you understand. So this is the gateway. Instead of individual widgets calling all of those services, we called gateway. And gateway sent this passport along with every request. We had a 10x improvement. But we still fetched, but gateway still fetched on every app open. So not even this optimization could last an India Park game. And nobody would want to miss out on India Park game because we were not able to fetch some common data, right? So we thought, whatever we have saved on the server by creating a passport, can we not send this passport down to the client as well? So the passport that we are sending towards the downstreams on my left, we saved the same thing on the client and we sent the same thing back on the client. Of course, like removing sensitive data and all of that, so don't think that we are sending sensitive data. And the clients saved it in their native storage. And for every outgoing service, the clients would send this passport along. So if I have the passport, I would send it along. And we called this as client persistent store, because client persisted that data. So every time an outgoing request goes, I just blindly attach this persistent data with every request. And what is the ROI for this client persistent store? What do you think is the ROI? So we first save the cost on the server, because every widget, so if there are 10 widgets, they were calling it 10 times. So we created one passport, 10 calls became one call. And that one call also became 0 because client already had that data. And server could decide whether this is stale, whether this is fresh. So all of that logic could be on the server side, and client could just very plainly pass it along whatever it has. With me, everyone, so far? So, okay. Excellent. People know the drill here. Very nice. Okay, so we have seen so many slides, but we are still nowhere close to caching, because we haven't done caching right now. Right now, all we have are the building blocks to do caching. And now we'll put everything together. What does it even mean to cache something? Can somebody tell me, what do you mean by caching? Okay. Reusing the data. The gentleman at the front is very smart, so please meet him afterwards. So server, when you make a request, server calculates a response for your request, right? You asked me homepage, I compute my homepage response. And then the server adds a header called cache control. This is the only way to cache, right? So you add a header called cache control, max age with some number, like the amount of time that you want this response to be valid. It could be 10 seconds, it could be 5 seconds, it could be 1 year. And since all of you are very front-end heavy background, you usually cache your JS assets, you cache it indefinitely, but the concept is same. So even for APIs, the concept is almost the same. So now there has to be a cache key. So let's say I'm asking for v1 home and my cohort is 1, 2, 3. Server works to get the data, adds that, hey, this response is valid for 10 seconds, and sends it out. What happens the next time? Next time, if I make the same call, the server could just keep on sleeping and send out the data that it previously calculated. Correct? With me so far? This is how caching works. Okay? This is how basic caching works. Now, caching is a double-edged sword. Do you know why? Can anybody take a wild guess why caching is a double-edged sword? Somebody says revalidating. Anybody else? Be louder. Staleness. What else? Stale is still okay. I eat stale food all the time. Memory low. Cache becoming invalid, that is stale. Okay, so you folks are still missing the point, and you should thank that I'm here. Sorry, I get carried away. Imagine opening Hotstar and seeing my account on your phone. I mean, I know you would be lucky, but no, that's not how it works. This would be a truly, truly nightmare privacy Sev 1 issue. Companies could go totally down. You could go out of business because there is no privacy. So now, do you get the gravity? I mean, stale and all is okay, but what if your responses, your profiles are showing up on somebody else's phone? In case of e-commerce, you could steal their credit cards. You could steal their, you could see their order history. On Hotstar, you could see what I have watched. You could corrupt my profile. You could watch some stuff that I haven't watched, and I would be wondering who watched this? Why is it showing on my continue watching? So folks, when you think of caching, the biggest hurdle is privacy nightmare, right? With me so far? Okay, excellent, excellent. I love you folks. Now you are thinking, how could this even happen? I was only thinking about stale cache issues, eviction, and blah, blah, blah. Remember that your response is your personal response. So whatever is the response for this gentleman would not be your response because you have your own response. Assume that the server, when it is computing your response, saves your response for everybody else to use, correct? Because caching means that I will compute once, store it, and send it for everybody else. What if my token was also there, my token could get stolen, my data could get shown to everybody else, right? So this is a recipe for disaster. And below is my photo, of course. So what did we do? So do it safely. So we obviously want to do caching, but how can we do it safely? So in the previous diagrams, you would see that there was one CDN endpoint, apix.hotstar.com. What we did was we added another endpoint, hf.apix.hotstar.com. Now HF was high frequency because cached paths, we were expecting like a lot of cache hits, and so that is high frequency. And only this endpoint will have caching enabled, not this. So this was for static widgets, this was for dynamic widgets. With me so far? So the above endpoint would serve you static widgets, the below endpoint would serve you dynamic widgets. So we introduced hf.apix.hotstar.com. And what special did we do here? Why was it? I will just take one step back. The special thing that we did here, which is different from apix.hotstar.com, was that at the outset, when you made the request, we stripped all personal data belonging to you, so that no personal data, no user tokens could be used by servers to compute the data. So let's say if I'm asking, give me my homepage response, give me my static widgets, server will not have access to my token. Since it doesn't have access to my token, it cannot personalize. So it will be forced to give you some data which is not personalized, right? Single endpoint for cached resources, and we use that endpoint to serve config, homepage, watch page, commentary. And if you have opened Hotstar, you would see that there is a commentary feed also going there. So all of those APIs were served via this new path. But now you would ask me that, hey, how does the app know this new hf.apix.hotstar.com? Because it only knew apix.hotstar.com. How did you do it? Did you hard code? And if you hard coded, how do you even switch it on at runtime? So nobody laughed at this meme, but okay. Why hard coding is a sin, right? Why we cannot hard code? Caching is a last resort kind of thing. On normal days, when the traffic is manageable, we want to serve all of you your personalized feeds, right? We would want to load your personalized feed, even your first fold. But only on match days, we would want to serve you widgets that are semi-personalized, like belonging to your cohort. So if we would have hard-coded, the app would always go to static. For static widgets, it will go to different CDN, and for dynamic, different CDN. We couldn't switch on off from server side because now client is making this decision. It is making those two calls. I can't stop on the client what's happening on the client. And cohorts change dynamically. Today, you are watching a lot of Anupama, so you are a general entertainment content user. Tomorrow, you're watching a lot of sports content, so you're a sports user. Third day, you're watching lots of Hotstar specials. And on next day, you're watching a lot of Game of Thrones. So your cohort is changing. Your taste is changing. I cannot save your taste as a one-time value. So this needs to be updated regularly. So this server needs to dictate what is your cohort. It cannot come from the client. So these were all of the reasons. I hope they are making sense to all of you. So we wanted to do this dynamically. So remember, we had this passport kind of thing where we saved common data. What if we could add another data here inside the enricher box and called it routing table? And what would routing table look like? Because anything you add here would be saved to the client automatically. I do not have to write a single line of code to access it on the clients, right? So we are using the platform. We are not building anything new. And this is the beauty that I want to showcase to you, that how are we using existing levers to power a new use case altogether. So we added a new routing table here in this enricher. So this is the same enricher box. I will just go one step back. So this, now we will see the zoomed in view of this enricher. And see, there is a routing table. Now routing table is a data value, which is a list which we will see now. And what it does is, every time the app made any call outside, so if the app is asking for anything, we would use this routing table, we would use this config to see where do we want to make this call, right? Whether the call needs to go to HF APIX, whether the call needs to go to APIX, and how does routing config actually look like? So you can see that this is a list of, this is one array, this is one object. It has an endpoint. So every time the app made some call, we check whether this is matching this regex. Is this a dynamic call? Is this whatever call? And we say replace it with. Like you could even replace the URL totally at runtime. You could add some query params. And you remember I said that you can cache for a key. This is your actual key. So we don't use URL as a key because your key is determined by, like, are you a subscribed user, what kind of cohort you are. So we want to abstract all of this. So this is driven by server. So this is the key that client adds. And then this is the domain. So now you can see the power that client, even though it is hard-coded to make some calls, we could dynamically change it from the server by sending this to the client. Okay? And with this, we entered into a new paradigm. So you all have heard about server-driven UI frameworks, right? Server-driven. So at Hotstar, I would like to believe that we invented server-guided UI. Server is not telling you exactly. Server is hinting you. So the power is also with clients, but without hard coding, and it could be changed dynamically. Okay? We got automatic switching, no hard-coded domains, infinite extensibility, and server-driven cache eviction lever. So tomorrow, your cohort changed. I could just send a new routing config with a different value of this UQID, right? Epic recap, because yeah, this was epic. So we started by figuring out how to do less. So from our journey, we were figuring out how to do less. So we first split our widgets into static and dynamic groups. We created passport on the server. We stored it on the client, called it persistence store. We cached the smart way with a new CDN entry so that none of your responses could get cached the wrong way, and routing table for effortless switching. So with this, I would want to thank you and the Hotstar team, because I'm speaking on their behalf. This wouldn't have been possible without them. To every team member at Hotstar who moved mountains in no time. And to accomplish all of this without our esteemed users knowing what changed beneath their floors was a mammoth engineering product effort. And with this, we delivered not just one, but 2 World Cups. So the World Cup in 2023, which of course we did not win, and the World Cup in 2024, which we did win. And with that, making this app best in class. And this is a humble footnote. This entire caching architecture design has since been recognized with a patent. So thank you, everyone. And I stand here with a lot of gratitude. I'm so grateful to be working at a place, and we have so much pride that we get to work on such exciting things to showcase you, not just from Rohit and Kohli to Jemima, who played an astonishing innings yesterday and was a great match for the women's team. And the women's team did something that the Indian men's team couldn't do it in 19th November. So shout out to our women's team. And we are also hiring across the board. So please go and check the careers page. And with this, I would end my talk. And please catch me out and ask any doubts you have or click pictures with me. My target criteria is 2 for this talk to be successful. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening again.
Thank you, Ankit. You keep telling me I ignore you. I was telling you the time is up and you constantly ignored me. But thankfully you wrapped it up on time. He's been nagging me about the fact, and the organizers have been saying that it's true, that it's only because he's speaker that he's not the MC. So I'm like the backup MC here. But it's fine. Thank you so much, Ankit, for your talk. Again, buzzwords for this talk, please. Cash. Like in a good way or a bad way? Widgets, okay. Hotstar, okay. Passport, okay. That's great, that's great. I'm hoping you can take back something from the audience.
Yes.
Please connect with him offline. And yeah, thank you, Ankit.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker is Naveen. By the way, Ankit, Naveen was working at Viacom before it got acquired, and we were just chatting, and he's like, thank God I was not here for all of that. But he's a huge cricket enthusiast himself. So welcoming Naveen on stage, who will be talking about developing interfaces for both humans and machines. And I'm quite interested to learn about this topic. Sounds interesting. So let's give a big round of applause for Naveen. And for Ankit, who has given a great talk. I have to say that for him. So thank you, everyone, and thanks, Naveen. Are you all set up? Do you need time? Okay. Coming up with anecdotes. How many of you clicked pictures in the booth? I saw a few hands earlier, now they've stopped. Oh yeah, I know that group had clicked. Anybody else who clicked the pictures in the booth? No, none of you are like picture enthusiasts or what? Okay, we'll click one on the main stage once everything is done. Any interesting AI story? I would quote it as interesting rather than funny. So apart from funny, and any other interesting AI story any of you have? Oh yeah, I always see hand, I love it. Oh. Please meet Gaurisha, who's my report. I'm her manager. Please don't talk about me. Please come. Are you done, Naveen? No problem. You come, Gaurisha.
Hi, folks. I hope you guys are having a good time. So the fun story is, I keep on working on small hackathon projects over the weekends, here and there. So recently, I think a few weeks ago, I participated in 2 hackathons, and they were vibe coding hackathons, right? So I was using a lot of ChatGPT, obviously, for vibe coding to build a product, and back-to-back 2 hackathons. So I was building a healthcare app on one hackathon and a restaurant app on the other hackathon. And ChatGPT mixed up the context so much that it built a feature on my healthcare app to order a food item. So that's the funny story that happened with ChatGPT and vibe coding last week, and I thought it's worth to share. Now imagine you're trying to find a good doctor for yourself, and you're popped up with butter chicken. So that happened.
That's great. It's really funny. I just wonder what happened on the other side of the app. What was showing up in your food app, like delivery, doctor delivery, or... So, yeah. Thank you for not sharing that detail, but thanks for sharing the overall experience, Gaurisha. Anybody else? Naveen, are you set up? Not to pressure you. You can take your time. Anybody else? Any other story you would want to share? I see a couple of hands, but then they start scratching heads. So, I don't know what's that about. Ready? Okay, that's great. Naveen is ready. Again, a big round of applause for Naveen. Keep the enthusiasm going. It helps our speakers. It helps you. I hope all the talks are great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, very good afternoon. So I'm Naveen. I'm senior software engineer working at Auth0 by Okta. Like if you want to know what we do, like Ankeet explained how important privacy is, and if you want to just concentrate on your feature and leave that managing privacy and IAM solution, so you can check out Auth0. So today I'm here to talk about designing React component SDK. So before that, can I get a quick show of hands, people who have actually designed design libraries or a component library? Nice, we have plenty of people. So we know we have people who knows the requirement. So can I get a quick show of hands for people who have actually used components or design library and have struggled to customize and called our best friends, Copilot and agents to please customize this, please do this. Yeah, nice. So we have the requirement, we have the pain point. So let's talk about solutions. How do we build a component library that would help us to easily customize things as well as making our friends' life better, who's currently are our co-pilots and AI agents. So let's take a step back and talk about how designing a UI SDK library evolved. So previously, for the past decade, it was completely assumed. So library gonna be just used by developers who would manually use documentation, read through what are the props, and how do we customize, what are the things that are available. But that's not the case now. So we have, like I said, we have co-pilots. How do we make their life better? What do co-pilots read? So co-pilots can't just go and read documentations like us. So they just pass through the documentation. How is that's going to be managed currently? How do we design for those? And after copilots, we also have AI agents now, so which doesn't just give the code or review code. It will completely try to orchestrate a flow, like how to pitch in, create new components. Like we have many online platforms now, like example Lovable. Like if we want to build something, go just prompt it. They're going to give a new components. How are those handled? So that is what we are going to see. So the problems, the first thing is customization. So the very basic and the first thing that we would come when we want to use some component library is how easy it is to customize. So we all build our own products, right? So how can we make a component that will cater our requirement? How easy it is to customize? So first thing, I think we have many libraries right now. So but the thing is do they expose good team tokens? Do they have something which we can touch each and every element that is composed of components? So when I mean component, customizing is, so suppose it's not just primitive. Think about end-to-end solutions for our end user, like a login box, or you might have your own dashboards. How do we make those customizable to our clients or someone who wants to use our product? So that is what the first problem is, very hard to customize. And docs. Like I told, docs were completely built for humans. It assumed we just go through the docs, we have this props, read it, and configure. But will copilots do that? No, right? So how do we update our docs to support copilots as well? And next thing, like I told, copilots, again, they just parse through the document. There is chances it can just give a wrong props, or it might not completely fix according to our requirements. That is the third problem. Copilots can guess and can give us the broken code. And the fourth, I think Ashita talked about the monolith architecture. Ultimately, once we build a product, the final after we build, ship, everything we talk about is performance optimization. So bundle blot. So what if, I know since we talked about micro frontends, right? So we know we can solve this problem, but what if there is a dependency which itself is a monolith? How do we solve that? How do we remove this bundle blot? So that is the fourth pain point. And the fifth one, like I told, there should be some metadata, right, for Copilot to understand what is this component about? What does it take? What does it do? How do I understand this component? So that is the fifth point. How do we solve this? How do we give metadata to copilots? And the sixth one. So agents, like I told, how do we stitch? So suppose there is a multiple login forms, or if we can do payment gateways. How do we stitch the different components together? How does the agents know about this configuration? How can it build new flows together? So that is the pain point that we're going to solve. So now the solution. So first thing, like I told, how like difficult it is to customize each and every element in a component. Like suppose there is multiple screens or multiple buttons evolved. I want to just customize the font size of this button, have a different color for this button. How do we solve that? So I think many of you here would have used design tokens, right? So design tokens, we can have the CSS variable configured at root level. So that works for all the component. What if I want to do it only for a specific component? I want just this design token to be applied to that component. So we can expose something called as style variables. So where we can expose, like, which using the TypeScript, right, which can solve a lot of problems for us. We can define what is the styled type for this component so that end user knows, okay, like this component will have just this type, and this is the design token for that component, and it's very easy to understand for the developer as well, and for the AI. Even the AI will know, okay, this is the prop, so this is the design token, and I can just use this design token, and I can just change the color and font sizes and class names. So I think previously when we are using MUI, like they used to have a lot of weird class names. How do we go and dig deep into those and have our own custom class names for those, how use important tags? How do we do that? Like that was very hard to do as a developer. So how do we solve this? We can also have something called as classes variables, where we can pre-configure. Suppose there is a component which has different buttons, like also which will have a different form or a model or alert. We can expose all those class names of each model so that the main component will have everything exposed for the end users as well as copilots to understand, okay, these are the sub-component childs that are between this component, and we can customize this particular component using the class name. And next one is, like I told, TypeScript. Without TypeScript, how would have we survived? Like, how would end users know, like, how to define the interfaces? I think having a good type interface for a component helps a lot. So suppose, like I told, we can extend the subcomponents, expose what are the props that subcomponents would have, so that at least we'll understand each and every props that would propagate to every child of the main component. And JS docs. I guess everyone would have used JS docs, right? So having a proper hint and JS docs at each component, right? So that would, as a developer, it will be good for our colleagues as well, it would help him to understand, okay, there's a component that takes this input, and this is a prop that accepts. So similarly, see the copilots as our colleagues, as our developers. It would just do the same thing, right? If you have a component installed, it will go check the prop and check the JS docs. It will try to understand what is the prop that is defined. And with that, with the type props or concise JS docs, like it would also help our copilots. Next thing is schema-driven. So suppose, like, if you're dealing with some huge form that would, suppose it's related to your personal information, then your payment information, there will be a lot of validations that has to be applied, right? So how do we customize those validations? So we can expose one more thing called a schema-driven props, where we'll have our own inbuilt validation. Suppose if end user or anyone wants to customize according to their requirement, they can do it through schema validation props as well. And for the copilots, again, since there is a prop and we also have our default validation, so it is very easy for it to understand there is already a default validation, and for it to suggest a better validation than that, so that we can pass it and we can customize according to our needs. Next one, like the bundle size, how do we solve it? So suppose we have, like, if someone, anyone here would have used Shatsian styled approach, right? So where we don't, suppose we are having 10 components from that design library, but we don't use those 10, but we just want one. How do we solve that? We have the Shatsian style modular registry approach, where suppose you want to use just a sign-in form, and you don't want other components. You can use this CLI and just install the styles, design tokens, and components and subcomponents that are involved in this particular main components using Shatsian approach. That is how we're going to solve this bundle bot problem. And fifth, so wiring components together. So as a developer, we know we have this documentation side where we can read and we can stitch in different components together. But what about copilots? How do they understand it? So we can have something called as, like, we already know about package.json, right, where we have defined our dependencies, we can read. We can do the same thing for our components. Like, each component can have its own component JSON, where we can define its own dependencies, its own child components, what is its path, what are its design tokens, so that it's easy for copilots to just pass this JSON, and it can, like, really prompt a better component, it can suggest, it won't have any guessworks, no wrong props. It can make Copilot's life a little better. And the sixth point, IIT9, right? So it's not just that we cater for one particular user or one particular like country or something. We might have to serve for a different region, different countries. So the main point is how can we customize or IIT9 this component. So we have something called as like language prop and IIT prop, based on which we can have our own default, which we don't have to worry about maintaining several languages. We can just have our default languages based on our preference, and we can make the end user pass in their own languages as whatever they want. Suppose they want to explore it in Latin or Arab or something, we can solve this problem by supporting IIT and prop. And yeah, now the prompt-based UI. Like I told, so this is how we're going to solve a lot of, like suppose we have the styling variables. We know this is a login form. And these are the variables. Like I think many of you would have solved, like there are multiple themes, like dark and light mode. So how do we solve this? And there will be a common props, like about font sizes and about font styles. We can have a variable expose. So with this, we'll solve both. Developer will understand to typescripting, as well as, like I told, Copilot will understand to this component JSON. And like I told, we have something called as custom messages. Like again, suppose user wants to have his own language, like Arab or something, he can just pass in. Like we'll have this type interfaces defined so that he'll know what is the key for that content, and he can just dynamically pass those content. So that is the second one. Like I told, and schema validations, right? So suppose a login form will have email or phone numbers and other things, right? So we'll have our base schema inside, but user can also customize their schema with the use of the schema validation. And whatnot, like it's not just about using component, right? We might have to track we might want to track the user actions. We might want to like connect with our analytics team. So we can expose handle lifecycle hooks, like something we call as on error action. What if like user failed to log in? Like how do we handle it? So we can expose this lifecycle hooks as well, and handlers what end user without like he can easily like add additional layer of catching those error, or he can like one more hook is that on before action. Suppose think there is a component payment or user profile deletion. Suppose you want to have additional check there before allowing user to delete. With this use of this lifecycle hook, you can just solve it. And this is how easy you can build stitch all together and make a component that is easy to customize and as well as IIT friendly, and you can manage your own lifecycle hooks. And the next one. So we spoke about how do we solve it, like how easy it is to customize, and how do we make Copilot's life better, and how it is for a developer. Now talking about bundle block. So suppose like we all saw like how huge it is to maintain an application which is huge in size, and how do we split it. So we know we can make use of lazy loading. I know, like, but can we go and do it for each component or each page or each dependencies that we import? Go do a lazy import of this dependency, but will that solve? Like I told, you don't have to use every components that are available in that library. So this CLI code ownership, that will just install. Suppose you want to use a MFA component. So we can build this CLI, which will just install you the login form. So where user, like, you can pass in the path where you want to install, and there is a type. What is this type of component that you are using, and the target where you want to have this. And again, we can mention all those dependencies. What is the dependency of this component? So this component just uses 3 dependencies. Okay, my problem is solved a little, so I just have very minimum dependency to use this component. And very simple for the end user. Just use a CLI. So just use a CLI and tell add login form. So I think you can check out all this on ChatCN if you guys haven't tried out. So it will just help you just install one particular component without having to have the entire library installed. And as well as, so one other thing is code ownership. So like, like dependencies, you won't have code ownership. You'll have to, if you find some issues, right, or something that you want to do additional, you have to go check the bundled file or DTS file. This will solve that problem. The code will directly reside in the end user's repo. So we'll have the full control of the code, and he will have full control of the component. He can build on top of it. He can have his own versions using the CLI method. So we don't have to struggle to debug or do anything. You can usually have your own ownership on the code that you use, npm package, and it would definitely npm package, and it would definitely gonna predict, or it won't hallucinate much, and it will give a good component output for you if you prompt it with a better way. And I told JS docs. So JS docs, why is it useful? So there are a lot of LSP, right, language server protocols. So how it is easy for it to understand the JS docs, like intent. Suppose we would have used the tags like @params, @returns. What does this component return with that tag? And another one that is @example. So how do we, if we have some tags, right, like in the JS doc, suppose @example, you have a small code snippet for that, and it will be easier to as a developer, even for the Copilot to understand. And additionally on this, so suppose Copilot, we already know they train it on data. Suppose if you on your own repo, right? What if you have a different use cases? Like you have an example folder set up in your repos with different kinds of customization, different kinds of validation. So this will indirectly act as a training data for a Copilot. So it will use it, and it will predict, and it will be more robust when you try to ask for a better things in the future. So that's about the documentation. So now the payoff. So we learned how the documentation should be, also MDX, right? Right now, if you check out each documentation, they will have something like open with Vercel, or open with GitHub Copilot, or open with Gemini AI. So if we have some MDX files attached, a link or download link for it can directly download that MDX files, and it will be easier for the Copilot to parse and understand. So for the developers, right? So how it is useful, like I told, clear typed APIs. Let's think components as not just a dumb UI elements. We can think it as an how do we build a backend API, which will have a predictable or a declarative way, which will have strong schema validations, how it handles. And the next point, modular components. Ultimately, after wiring up everything, it goes to the production. Now the users are scaling up. Everyone wants it to be faster. So, but how do you do? How do you manage this? I think that is where, like I told, you can use the CLI method, just install whatever you are required, and it can also cater for multiple. Suppose you have micro frontends, right? So each teams would want to own their own code. It will definitely be in their own repository or something. With this, every team can use the base component. You design your design library in such a way that you'll have a base design one side, and each component can extend it, customize it according to their need, and doesn't have to worry about versioning or doesn't have to worry about bundling. So that is the second point. And theming, like I told, there is very good design tokens. If you expose the design tokens, user can consume it very easily. So they don't have to worry about. As a developers, we also know how to design it. What are the variables that we might require for each and every CSS overrides? So we have to structure it in such a way that use, again, the interfaces, use it, define those structure so that it will be useful for developers as well as Copilot. Again, we can provide a built-in IIT support. So you don't have to use any external library if you want. You can it's just about key value matching, right? So you can have your own small util function that will just read this key, and that will just map the value, whatever user pass and whatever we maintain in a JSON file. So, and for the Copilots, we also define the schema. We have component JSON, which will act as a manifest for the Copilots, which will use, and even for if you have some automated pipelines, right? So we can use this manifest JSON. So where we'll define each and everything, like a dependency, like a target, like a path, or a files that are required for this. So this would solve agents, how would they orchestrate this flow together, and for the copilots to understand the schema JSON. So I think, yeah, like I told, the component metadata, right? So metadata will have a lot of dependencies to figure out, and you will have a single place where you can manage this dependency, only required for those components. So you don't have to worry about a huge package.json. You would have got an individual package.json that were like depends for the component, and it is easy to analyze. Like if you want to remove some dependency, unused dependency or something, it will be very helpful in managing those dependencies as well. I think with that, yeah, that's it. So I don't have any reference. So we have a like quick UI component library that's coming out next week. It's a beta launch. You can just visit auth0.com for that, and you will get the complete solution of this, and you can use this component with the new approach. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Naveen. Again, buzzwords, please, for Naveen's talk. Uh-huh. I didn't get that. JS docs? Okay. Okay. How many of you are hungry now, honestly? Okay. That explains. How many of you are sleepy now? Don't say you are. I'm going to make you come on stage otherwise. Okay. Okay, great. The next talk, before we break for lunch. That's like the best part for office and everything else also, right? The next talk, before we break for lunch, is from Uday. Are you ready? Udhayaprakash R V, who is going to talk about how to slash your cloud's cost into half. One thing about Uday, and I was discussing with him, the talk title on the page says something else, and he slashed the talk title itself to half because it was too long. He has an OCD about being perfect. He overthinks a lot. So please, be gentle with him when you give him a talk feedback or talk to him, because he's going to overthink it all day, all 2 days. So with that, welcoming Uday on stage. A big round of applause for Uday. Before we break for lunch, one more talk. I hope you can learn something out of this. Over to you, Uday.
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I'll try to keep it short so that you can have your lunch sooner. Okay. Myself, Udhayaprakash R V. I'm from Full Creative. This is the topic that I'm going to talk about. How you can slash your cloud cost in half. I'll just switch to who am I? So I'm a software engineer who started my career as a support engineer, and then I converted myself as a backend engineer, and then from that to GitOps, DevOps, a lot of things that I can name it now. So for the past 9 years, I'm trying to be a full stack developer. Now I'm in the front end world, where I'm trying to explore more of front end tech stack. Okay. So before I start slashing the cloud cost, I just wanted to highlight. So Steve Jobs said this. So if you have listened to his video where he is in California, so he said this: you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect it looking backward. So you have to trust that the dots will be connected. This is because I'm standing here as that's because of few people that I'm going to mention now. The first one is Kevin Pine. So he's the director of at Full Creative. I work in the same company for the past 9 years, by the way. Maybe you can hear the stories after the talk. So I met him in 2016. So he actually cultivated the knowledge sharing in the company. How? By creating a product called Adaptive View. So where you can share the contents that you look in the internet and put it there so that the peers in your org can learn about it. So this is the start for me to learn, seek, how you can learn things from the internet. And the next person is Dinesh. So he is working at ThinkMill. I hope some of the React organizers would know him. And he is my guiding light, who actually cultivated this speaker journey in me. And Satya, I don't know how many of you met Satya. I stand here because of him. He is my idol. I showed him things. Last year, I attended React India, and then I showed him what I do at Full Creative. Then he said, okay, dude, you are wasting your time inside the Full. Go out, talk to the community, explore. Try to, cultivate this knowledge sharing and try to speak a lot about what you do inside so that it will be, helpful for others. And next is Nikhil from Chennai React. So he's the catalyst. So Satya introduced me with Nikhil. And then I started my speaking journey at Chennai React. And then I met Arvind. He's my encourager. He encourages me a lot. And then he also started a community, Digital Dreamer then. So I'm Comrel. He gave me a posting too. I don't know. So the full circle ends at the React India here, because as I said, I was an attendee last year. The first time I attended, because of a good human being in my office who's Naresh. So he offered me, hey, would you like to go to React India? I said yes, and then I'm here now. So this is the loop that I wanted to say, like, learn, build, share, and then inspire. Okay, thanks for listening to this. Now let me start what I'm going to talk about. So we have a product called Setmore. So I'll come to it later. So we have almost 60,000 plus customers, and then those customers are spa salons who create an account with Setmore, and then they offer their services online. Online and offline. So you can create an account with Setmore, and then you will get a booking page, personalized booking page for you, which is branded completely for your preferences. Say like you are a developer who wants to offer freelancing services. You can make use of Setmore, and that will give you a website. So talking about 60,000 customers, right? Each and every one will have a dynamic booking page. And also it supports online payments. You can take payments while the users book an appointment. And then we also have analytics integrated, because if you want to know where your customers drop off, you can also find it from that. And we have a lot of customers who's using it. Almost 15 million requests we receive for this application, because we have a lot of customers who tries to book an appointment, right? Online. So the embassies also uses it to schedule appointments for visa processes. Yeah. So what we are going to see. So what was the challenge, and what did we attempt, and what was the problem with the cost, and then how did we switch to data caching, and I'll show you the architecture in action. So we had a challenge. So the booking page that you saw was a legacy app, which was built in Vanilla.js, and then we converted it to a React application. But the problem we had with server rendering. So we switched to Next.js application. We instantly integrated with Vercel, because it's easy, right? How many of you use Vercel to deploy your applications instantly? Amazing, right? It's easy that you just create an app, integrate it with Vercel. Immediately you will find your own deployed URL. The previews are really great, and you can also share comments with your peers about the. You can get the feedbacks instantly from that, and it is serverless by design, and it is optimized for performance. You can look at Vercel's ship videos, right, where they talk more about performance, how they improve the code compilation. So these are the things that we considered and then started shipping in Vercel, and this is the nightmare that we wanted to share to start with. So we had almost 10 plus upstream services that we have to call. I'll show you a booking page that I have for me. So this is my booking page. So the image is still load. Yeah, so this is my booking page. You can see that the list of services that I offer, and who are there in my team, and about me, and the social media profiles. And I can also connect my Instagram account with Setmore, so it will pull the images and show them on the gallery, on the main page. So the landing page will also show you the reviews, and your business as. So think about this. A lot of API calls that I have to make. I have to first find whether this booking page URL exists, and then try to find the list of services that the account offers, and find the team members, find their working hours, find the integrations, right? There are 10 plus APIs that I have to make a call, and it is a waterfall model, because I have to wait for a response and then decide what to do next. So I have to almost wait 800 milliseconds to build this entire page, to get the data to build the entire page. So, and also, we have to make number of requests is huge, right? Each and every time when you load the page, I will hit 10 plus upstream services. So think about 15 million requests into 10, right? That's the request that we will make to build this page. So we wanted to reduce that. So how many of you know TTFB? Can someone time to first byte? What it does? I mean, what is the calculation behind, like why it matters? Anyone knows? So it is the time duration that it takes for the server to respond the first byte to your browser, to the user, right? So this is from Google. So you can also refer the article, so TTFB. So it should be below 800 milliseconds for it to be a good app. That is also falls under the Lighthouse performance if you run it. So you will see that TTFB, if it is higher, then it will ask you to improve that. And we wanted to server render because these are all 60,000 booking pages that should be listed on the Google search engine, right? So it should be server rendered. If you're not server rendering, Google will not list the page. And I mean, it will list the page. You will not find more information about the page. That's the problem. And so we wanted to also keep our costs under control because as we scale, the API request will increase. Eventually, server billing will also increase. And this is the first thing, first hero that we opted in for, the incremental static regeneration. Anyone know about this in Next.js ISR? Yeah. Sorry, what do you mean? Yeah, so you incrementally regenerate upgrading to SSR. So what it does, the HTML will be cached in the CDN. So it will be, given at your edge server. And there will be a revalidation timer that you can set, which will be revalidating in the background. And then it will be lightning fast. So this is the architecture. So we have components. So browser requests the CDN, and then the CDN, if there is a data that is not available, it will try to compute the server side rendered page. We have a BFF layer, which is the backend for frontend, which runs in GraphQL, and then we fetch the information from the upstream API, and we compute the page, and we put it on the CDN, and it will be served to the browser. So this is how the ISR works. Whenever there is a data change, ISR provides you the hook. You can use the webhook, and then it will recompute the page. When will this happen? Have you heard about stale while revalidate cache header? Right? This is how it works. So it will not regenerate the page for the timer that you have specified. So a user requests the page, and the data is available. It is not stale. It will be given. And when the data is it's stale, it will give the user the stale page, whereas the revalidation occurs in the background. So this is how it works. So this is the roadblock that we hit after getting into ISR. So since we have to wait for the data fetching, right? Still the 800 milliseconds is there. And whenever there is a frequent data changes, a client setting up an account, right? We will get a lot of revalidation hooks. So where we have to reiterate, fetch it again, build the page, get it ready. And also we have multiple pages. Each and every team member will get a own page. And the service each and every service can be shared as a single web page. So we have to do a lot of revalidation. And one problem with ISR is you cannot revalidate it by domain. You can revalidate it only with the path. So that's the problem with ISR. But with respect to wall clock billing, right? So whatever the time, the duration that you wait, you have to pay. But Vercel has updated it as of June. They introduced fluid compute, where you can turn it on so that it will be based on your CPU usage. You don't have to pay for the complete life cycle of your request. If your data fetching request takes some time, you only pay for the CPU usage, not for the data fetching time. So that's the update from Vercel as of June 25. Okay, this was the thing that I was talking. So our Vercel bill got generated, and it was around $25,000. So the stakeholders are not happy, right? When you bill the server for $25,000, they will be like, they will be checking their metrics. Should we do this, right? So we use get static props, and then with ISR, where you specify the timer, and that was not working. What did we do? We moved to server-side props, and then we introduced the Redis, where you put the data near to the app. So we introduced a system called response cache system. So whatever the API request that we make, right, we cache the responses, store it with the time to live, and whenever there is a data change, we just update the Redis. We don't build the entire page, rather we just update the data. So that's the update that we made. Let's see that in action. So same workflow, where the browser hits the CDN, and then the SSR request for the backend for frontend, and it will hit the response cache first, check if the data exists in the Redis. If it is available, the SSR will return it to the CDN, and then CDN returns to the browser. Works, right? What happens if it is a miss? So whenever there is a miss, we call the upstream API, and upstream API will make sure the cache is updated. Okay, this works when the data, this is like reverse engineering ISR. Same concept, we just reverse engineered and then try to, optimize it for our requirements. And the upstream APIs that I mentioned, right, those are all small microservices that is running in GCP. So the API, REST APIs will be provided to us. We will query that, by the way. So the next thing is on what happens when there is a stale while revalidated. So you hit the response cache, and it says that it's stale. We still build the page with the stale information. We send it to the browser because user should not wait for the response, right? That's the end goal. And what happens in the background, we have a cloud function that is running because when we were making use of Vercel, there was no scheduler available. Task queues are not available in Vercel. And so we leverage GCP services where we hit a cloud function, and then that will run, these will run in the background task where there is no, we can set a timeouts for that. So that will call the response cache system, and we will make sure that we call the API, and then it will update the Redis. So whenever there is a changes in the data, we will get a revalidation hook. Again, the same process works. So this is the architecture that we used to, optimize the same behavior what we had in ISR, and we reverse engineered and then made use of Redis, in place of ISR. So, how many of you know syntax.fm? Amazing. So Wes Boss and Scott, right? So these guys discuss about storage because compute is always, you have to think how you write code because compute is not cheap, whereas storage is cheap. You can put a data and keeping it there for a very long time, you don't have to pay a lot, whereas if you're computing on demand, you have to pay a lot, right? So that is the video that discusses about how storages are cheaper. Yeah, so what was the output? So our data fetch time, reduced from 800 milliseconds to 80 milliseconds because you can rely on Redis. Because it is, whenever you wanted to get any data from Redis, it's less than a millisecond, right? Even if I do a waterfall, there will not be a lot of HTTP requests are made, right? And the TTFB reduced from 1 to 2 seconds to 600 milliseconds, and our monthly bill is drastically reduced from $25,000 to $12,000. And also, since we have a time to live for each and every API that we fetch, we also reduce the upstream services load by 25%. So what was the and another problem is making sure the knowledge transfer is perfect because everyone should know and understand this architecture. And we actually migrated off from Vercel to GCP. That was one of the road ahead because, as I said, most of our services are in GCP, right? We have also migrated our, we containerized our application and put it in Cloud Run. So where with Cloud Run, you can create your own network, even to reduce the REST API calls. The response time of REST API calls. And we are working towards with how to build a tool that can help us to debug the Redis mem store. And we also trying to avoid this real-time hooks which will say if a server decides to send you 10,000 requests. We have a rate limiting in place, but revalidation hooks are manual, right? Where you have to rebuild your entire data again and again. So parting thoughts. The thumb rule is cache the data, not the HTML. and stale while revalidate at the data layer can slash your server costs. And you have a shared caching across pages because the data that you saw on the main page is shared across the different pages that we offer. As I said, there is a staff page, there is a service page. The data is shared. So we are less duplicating the data and keep iterating. Infrastructure is an evolving process. And that's all with my talk. So I just wanted to take 2 minutes to explain about the company. So I'm from Full Creative, as I said before. So we are a SaaS company based out of Portland. So we go by the name Anywhere Works. So we wanted to, we wanted the world to work anywhere. So we are also, have products that is aligning with our goal, where, customers, we are connecting clients, with our customers. And we have different products. So our, main product is Answer Connect. That's an answering brand, by the way. So we have an add-on for the answering service, that is Setmore. So we have different set of answering brands for the respective, so for example, Lex Reception is for the lawyers, Well Received is for, medical customers. Setmore, this is the calendar application that I was talking about. So we have, as I said, we have 20+ integrations in place, and you can get your own customizable booking page. You can also spotlight your own brand with, building your own site that I was talking about. Go back, just if you want to scan. So I'm skipping the questions because we are at time. And thank you for listening to my talk. I think the MC is out. I thought I would take a long time. Like, if you have any questions, I'll take 1 or 2. Do you have any questions? Ready for lunch? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So again, buzzwords in the audience. Now I can actually be closer to you, so that's good. Come on, talk something. Who has missed the talk? How can I understand what the context was? Okay? Okay. Him and come back and talk on the stage. We would love that. And we love stories like this. And thank you for acknowledging your mentors. It's hard, but just talking about people who make you come up here and share your knowledge, I think that's a big deal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks
you
for
so much,
having me.
Uday. As promised, we will break for lunch. But before that, can I have group of 2 volunteers here and group of 2 volunteers here? Or 3? It's fine. Your group of friends.
Thank you.
Come on. Yes. Don't be shy.
Thank you.
3 here. Okay, great. 1 more here, please. 1 more here, please. Come on. Hey, what about inclusivity? No girl. Okay, I need 1 girl to join this group and 1 girl to join this group. Can we have? Come on, girls, women, ladies. Come. I see you smiling all nice and bright. Yes, you. Don't look here and there. Come. All girls are smiling. All are pretty. You over there. Yes. Don't look so puzzled. Don't look behind. I called you. Yes, come. A big round of applause for people who came voluntarily and people who were forced to come here. Quickly, your names, please.
Muskan.
Okay, hi Muskan.
Wadad. Wadad.
Vadad. Oh, wow, that's a
Naveen. Abhijit.
Abhijit. Okay.
Atharva.
Athar.
Yugam.
Mayank.
Ruby. Nice to meet you. Can you quickly name your opposite team? Quickly. The first word that comes to your mind. Huh? So sorry. Okay. So sorry. Can you name them? Vadad. Okay, team Vadad and team so sorry. So we'll have a challenge. You have to have a vocabulary of React and AI. Okay, so you can either choose React words in the React ecosystem, or you can choose AI words in the AI ecosystem. The last letter of the word, it's like Antakshari. Last letter of the word should be the first letter of the next word. Whoever takes a first break loses, and the other one is the winning team. Are we ready? You are all the judges here, okay? So you can judge who is doing it nicely. Please. So I'll start. I'll give you a letter S. Static, is that a relevant word? Okay. C. Cursor AI, is that relevant? I. Go on, 10. Count down, please. 10, 7. Huh? ISI. My bad. Please cut it from the video. I don't want to get arrested. R. React Server Components. S. 10. Server-side rendering. G. GraphQL. L. Huh? LangChain. N. Native.js. S. Hey, you've said static. Static site prompts. Now you're creating all these buzzwords. Is this relevant? No. Huh? Shared C. Okay. N. Come on, start the countdown. Next JS. Okay. S. S again. State. That's good. E. What is server-side rendering in E? Team, everybody's helping you. ES-led T. T. TypeScript. T. Templates. S. You're always stuck with S. Countdown, please. I am sorry, but so sorry, one. Please, a big round of applause for team So Sorry. We are so sorry that you were named So Sorry, but you won. And thank you for team.
Vadad.
Say it louder.
Vadad.
Say 3GS for. Thank you, everyone. Please break for lunch. Okay, the prayer room, the community hall.
React India. React. React India. React, React, 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 React. 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 React India. React. 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 React India. React. React. React India. React. React. React India. React. React. React India. React. 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 React India. React India. React India. React India.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India, and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React, 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 React. React India. React, React, React. React, 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 React India. React, React, React. React, React, React India. React, React. React, React, React India. React, React. React India. React, React. React. React, React, React. React India. React, React. React India. React, React.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why talentship question.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React. 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 React India. 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 React. React. React, React, React. React India. 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 React, React, React. React. React, React, React. React India. 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 React, React, React. React, React, React. React India. 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 React India. React India.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard, and partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
In the second half. So Varsha did a fantastic job in the first half, navigating you all through the amazing sessions and speakers we had. So I'll be with you throughout the second half of the day, and hopefully we'll have some great conversations. So how many of you learned something new in the first half so far? Can you hear that loud? Okay. All right. And how many of you learned something which you can implement in your projects, in your work after the conference? Okay, that's great. So we hope those more hands will go up as we proceed. So I would say 25% loading is complete, right, for the conference. Yeah. And how many of you know the HTTP status codes? Everyone knows, right? Everyone is a front-end developer, mostly. Okay. So anyone feeling 404? No? Okay. Anyone feeling, okay, how many of you are feeling 200? Oh, nice. I like the nerds in the audience. So 200, all okay, right? So that's great. Anyone feeling, yeah, okay, yeah, which one is it? 429, okay, that's nice. Oh, 302, all right. No one is going to be permanently redirected, so that is fine. Yeah, I started my journey as a Windows Phone app developer, and back in the day, I could not find people to talk about the technology I was speaking, and that's when I discovered the developer events and communities. So for how many of you, this is the first ever conference you're joining? That's great, amazing. So it's a round of applause for each one of you for being here today, yeah, and everyone who is listening online. So if you're not participating in these meetups, these conferences, you're missing out, right? And there's a lot of new connections, new possibilities which come into play. So I realized that after being a developer for about 2 years, that I love helping developers grow and doing everything, running programs to enable developers to do more. I joined developer relations, so that's what I've been doing. I'm currently program manager at MongoDB, and I wish you all did not face a situation like us, because when I went for lunch, I could not find a table. Because anyone got a joke? Because I'm from MongoDB. No one? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, fortunately, they found a table for us later. So yeah, on that note, I have little something which I wanted to help all of you kickstart again. And so I would request all of you to stand up wherever you are. So please place your bags or on the chair next to you, and all of you please stand up. And can we have AV to start with the video? Be ready. Don't start yet. So everyone, a video is going to come on screen, and it will prompt you to do some action, right? So for example, yeah, like waving hand and point and things like that. So everyone, please, we want your participation. Yeah, all of you are ready? Yeah, can we hear that loud? Yes? Yes. All right, so let's start.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Round of applause for all of you. Yeah? Are you all feeling more energized for the day? That's amazing. So yeah, we are officially back in business, and we are starting with the second half of the day one of React India. And we have Sayantan, who is going to come forward, and he is going to talk about filtering and how they have prepared a system which is going to help, which is a great use case. So I think it's going to be helpful for you to listen. And if you have any questions, please make sure you take notes, right? And if we have time towards the end, we'll have some great Q&A. Yeah, on that note, can I have a round of applause for Sayantan? So while he's setting up, come on, that's a very low round of applause. Can we have a louder applause? Yeah. So while that is getting set up, he's a hustler. So he just, after his internship, a year-long internship at Harness, he started his role as SE1. So let's all participate in this, and let's support him for this first talk he's doing for React India. Round of applause, everyone.
So thank you for the warm introduction. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sayantan, and I'm a software engineer at Harness. So today I'm going to talk about something which probably none of you have heard about. Filtering. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah. So think about your daily workflow. You open your GitHub, and you filter by pull requests. You open your email, and you filter by unread. You open your music library, and you filter by artists. Filtering is everywhere. Now, filtering isn't just a nice to have. In enterprise applications handling massive data sets, filtering is essential for usability. So the question isn't whether or not we need filtering. It's about how we build a system that scales and performs. So our mission at Harness is bold: to enable 30 million software developers in the world deliver code to their users quickly, reliably, and efficiently. While Harness already had a very efficient filtering system in place, it started showing cracks as our system started to evolve. Let's take an example of our Harness execution listing page. Our listing page tracks thousands of pipeline executions, with each execution tracking over 16 different data parameters, like executors, branch, status, pipeline names, etc. So without a filtering system in place, this page becomes unusable. So we thought of carrying out our experiments in this page. So what did we decide to build? Inline filters. So as you can see here in the screenshot, the filters are right there in the header. You click on status, and you filter by status. Right there. There's no opening of a drawer, there's no modal. Everything is visible in front of you. So why inline filters, you might ask? Well, we had 4 major advantages. One, we got 4 major advantages. One, instant filtering. You just click a filter, and it gets applied. There was no apply filters button, there's no waiting. Second, context preservation. You don't need to open up a drawer or leave the page to apply the filters. They're right there. Space efficiency. You need a filter, you add it. You remove it, it's gone. And discoverability. There are visible filter chips showing you if anything's active. So we didn't start writing our code on day one. We sat down and defined what success looks like to us. And we came up with our 2 major objectives: our usability objectives and technical objectives. Our usability objectives included an intuitive location for our filters, a smooth user experience, and consistent behavior of our filters throughout every listing page and Harness, because muscle memory matters. And our technical objectives are the important ones. We wanted a reusable design. We were not building a one-off solution. This needed to work across every listing page. And decouple elements. Well, this was crucial for engineering velocity. Developers should be able to add new filters, change APIs, or swap rendering libraries without making any changes to our framework code. So We didn't arrive on our solution at day one. We knew our objectives, and we started slowly, with each design iteration teaching us something valuable. In our first iteration, it was a very naive approach. We had a framework which had some states, and each filter could access these states and read and write to them. But this had some very obvious pitfalls. Number one, we got a poor developer experience. Adding a new filter meant making changes to the framework code. It was not stupid-proof. The framework had minimal control over how each filter could be implemented. You give too much control to the developers, and bugs sneak in. There was a lack of abstraction. Adding each filter meant tons of boilerplate code. There was a tight coupling of our filters and our filters framework. They knew too much about each other. And it was a maintenance nightmare. What we needed was a better separation of concerns. Our framework should manage the life cycle, while the filters should just be filters. So we now come over to our second design iteration, learning from our first one. We decided to go with our React.clone element pattern. We thought, why not accept filters as children and dynamically inject props into them, where the framework controls the logic and the filters are declarative. And adding a new filter is just adding another child component. While this looked elegant, this also had some pitfalls. React.clone element is expensive. Whenever filters re-render, clone element creates copies and creates new component instances. Now that is expensive. We got a very fragile code, and it was very fragile and tightly coupled code. It was very hard to debug, as tracing the data flow through different component levels was a nightmare. It's an anti-pattern. The React team explicitly discourages using this. It's right there in the docs. You can go look it up. And we got type safety issues, as props were dynamically injected. TypeScript hates this pattern. So again, keeping our objectives in mind, we iterated again, and we come over to our final solution, which is our context API solution with inversion of control. Here, the framework creates a context with the filter states and controls logic, while the filters read from this context using a well-defined interface, the context. And this pattern was clean, explicit, and React idiomatic. Look at the benefits we get from this solution. We got a decoupled architecture. Our individual filters did not need to know anything about our framework internals. They just communicate with our framework using the context. There was no clone element, so we got better performance. It was easy to extend. You want to add a new filter, you just create a component that uses the context. We got better debugging, as we could trace every state update in our context. We got type safety. Context provides a typed API. And we got a highly maintainable and testable code. And yes, testing is important. Now let's take a moment to see what the official React documentation has to say about our context. Context lets the parent component, according to React official documentation, context lets the parent component make some information available to any component in the tree below it, no matter how deep, without passing it explicitly through props. So our framework does the same thing. It creates a context at the top with our filter states, and every filter could access the state using the context, no matter how deeply nested. Now, this isn't just convenient. It's architecturally significant, as this helps us to create a clean separation between our framework layer and our component layer. Now, Context API helps us enable something powerful: inversion of control. Inversion of control is a design principle where you delegate control of a process to a framework or another entity rather than handling it yourself. It's guided by the Hollywood principle: don't call us, we'll call you. Now, what this means in React is that we create flexible components that lets the consumer decide the what to render, while our framework decides the how and the when. Now, think about React. When you define your components, when you write your components, you don't call React's rendering libraries. You just define your components, And React calls our component whenever it needs to update. Well, our framework, our architecture also follows a similar kind of principle. You don't tell the filters when to update the state or when to sync the URL. While the framework orchestrates everything, our filter manages the UI. Now, let's see the three concrete ways our filters inverts control. First, logic via props. Filters don't know how to save, update, or fetch data. These functions are provided by our parent or our consumer component. While our parent provides these components, our framework calls these functions whenever it needs to use them. Content via children. The parent decides what specific filters to render. And action via callbacks. Filters decide when to apply the filters. But our parent's apply function defines what happens next. Now, what this means is that we get callbacks from our component. And let's say some user selects any filter, a date filter, and we get a callback from our component that this filter has been applied, and we can decide what we want to do next. Whether we want to send business analytics, whether we want to update and cache. Well, that's your business logic and not the component's concern. And the payoff we got was enormous. We got a highly reusable component, which means that this component could be used in any listing page, anywhere. And we got a decoupled architecture, where the UI logic was completely separate from our business logic. Now, as you can see, this fulfilled our technical objectives. Now, when building filtering systems, we face a fundamental challenge. Browsers only understand strings. Now, let's see this example. In our URL, we have our filters, where we have a date filter, we have an archived Boolean, and we have a tags array. But our URL search params API returns us strings back for everything. Now, without a way to convert these strings into our application types, every component would need to manually do this. Now, this is repetitive, error-prone, and not scalable. What we needed was a systematic way to bridge this gap between our application types and our URL strings. And our solution, enter parsers. Well, parsers is a simple two-method interface which contains our two methods, that is the parse and the serialize method. Our parse method converts our our string from the URL to our application type. And our serialize converts our application types to its URL string representation. Now let's see the Boolean parser example. Our parse method converts our string true from our URL to Boolean true. And our serialize method converts our application type, which is our Boolean representation, to its URL save string format. Now this bidirectional transformation is automatic. Whenever filters load from the URL, parse runs, and whenever an user updates a filter, serialize runs. So this helped us create a very clean way to convert our application types and URL strings. Now, what we did was we created many common parsers, many parsers for our various common scenarios, like Booleans, strings, arrays. But as you can see, the interface is so simple that you can create parsers for any use case. Then we also had our filters map, which is our state hub. It's a centralized place to store all our filter information. A filters map contains three key values. Each filter entry had our value, query, and state. Our value contains our pre-parsed proper application types, which is provided to our components. Query contains our serialized query string, which is represented in your address bar, which you can share and bookmark. And our state controls the filter's lifecycle. We had different filter states, visible, filter applied, hidden, depending on what's our filter's lifecycle. So if you can see this example state, let's take any one. So we have a filters by tag. The filters by tag entry has a value containing an array of strings, which is our value, which is passed to our parent. We have a query, which is the serialized query string containing front-end, React, TypeScript in a single string. And we have our status, which shows that it is applied. Now, what this helps us, okay, let's see what, you might have a question there, that why are we storing both value and query? Why not just parse on demand? I mean, I just told you about parsers, right? Well, the answer is performance and reliability. So let's say we have a very complex multi-select filter with hundreds of options. If we only stored our URL strings, we would need to parse it every time our filters re-render. Now that's expensive. So what we do is we store both the representations so that we only parse it whenever our filters update or change. All subsequent re-renders use the pre-parsed properly typed value from our filters map. Now what this helps us, it helps us create a seamless representation of our value and query at all times, and it helps us with our performance problems. We got type safety. Our application always has the correctly typed values. We get fast URL syncs without reserialization. And we got a decoupled architecture where our components didn't need to know about how the filters value are represented in the URL. Now what this helped us, it helps us in creating a clean separation between our component layer and our URL layer. So let's trace the data flow of an example filter, let's say a date filter, from user interaction to our URL sync updates. So let's say we interact with a date filter, and we now have some date objects. So our filters.onChange fires with that date objects, and before updating our filters map in our core filters framework, we run our parser.serialize method to convert these proper application types into its URL strings format. And then we update our filters map using all these values, our value, our query with the date objects, and the state with the current filter lifecycle. Now now at this stage, two things happen simultaneously. First, our onChange callback is called, which then provides our parent with the correctly typed values. And then the parent can do whatever it wants with that. Maybe update some visualizations, maybe send an API call. Along with that, our URL also is updated with our correct strings. Now you can view this URL in the browser's address bar. You can share this, you can bookmark this. And if you see, the reverse flow also works in the same way. Let's say a user hits the browser back button. Then what happens is our filters load from the URL. Our filters are passed from the URL. We update our filters map with the correct values again. We have a value, we have a query, and we have a filter state. And then our component re-renders, our UI re-renders, and we have our filter state in our hands again. Now let me show you a small demo of how we can use this architecture to create filters for a listing page, a very simple filter, and that will demonstrate how easy and how intuitive this design is. So if you see in our code, let me show you our UI first. We have a very simple listing page. We have some example data. And let's say I want to filter this data by its status. We have our status as active and inactive. Now, adding a filter is like, normally what would you do? You would go and create components, you would go and create states, right? But what we have done is we have extracted out this logic to our architecture and to our filters framework. And that will handle everything, our state updates, our URL synchronizations, everything. What we need to provide to our component is just the UI for our filters. So in our code, I'll go through the code quickly once. So what we did was I created a filter handler which creates the filters. Then I've memoized it to prevent re-renders, and we have a simple apply filters function. It is IIFE, so it immediately updates our filters. We have a simple handle filter change function, and then we have our demo table. And here I have commented out the filters code currently to show you that nothing is happening. It's okay. So the filters handler, you don't need to worry about this. It's just a placeholder for now. So let's say in this current page, is this page visible properly? Yeah. Okay. In this listing page, I want to add a filter which filters by status. So what in our inline filters, what we need is a drop-down first to help us select the correct filter we want. So I'll show how this works. So what we use is we use a render prop pattern for our filters. As you can see, our filter handler drop-down is a compound component. We have created some wrappers. I'm sorry. We have created some wrappers over our filters framework to ease up this process. So this is a render prop pattern, and our filters provides us the following information. We get our add filter function. We have our available filters, which tells us what all filters are currently there in our state. And we have our reset filters, which our UI can call whenever an user interacts. We can define wherever we want this to trigger. So, and now we have a simple filters drop-down component. As you can see, this is a simple HTML, CSS, and nothing more. And we pass our functions there. We know when our drop-down is open. We pass our reset filters. We can pass what filters are available, and so on. And all of this is controlled by our context internally. And we also have the correct states. So I'm using TypeScript. We have the correct states, which helps us with this. Now let me save this, and let me show you that we now have a very simple menu drop-down where we can now start adding our filters. Currently, it's showing all filters are already active because I have not added any filters. We have a reset button, and we have this drop-down. So going back to our code, how we can define new components. So I had this commented out, but you know what? I'll just code this out so that I can speak while I can explain also. So we have a filter handler content where we can define what all we need. Actually, one sec. Sorry. So in our filter handler content, we input whatever filters we need here. Okay. Yeah. So let's say I want to add a demo filter here, an active filter. So yeah, really let me just go back and uncomment this. Creating, yeah. Okay, in a filter handler.content, we have a filter handler.component where we pass our demo filter keys, which is our type, which tells us what all filters are right there. We pass our parser. As I told you in my demo, that in my presentation, that we have parsers, which converts our application type to its URL string and our URL string to its application types. So let me show you how a parser looks like. A parser is a very simple method, and as I said, we can create many for our common use cases. And then we have a filter key. I want to filter by only active filters, and our key and we need that filter key to represent in the URL and show that we have the correct types. We have our onChange and value. And then we pass this onChange and value to our custom active-only filter, which accepts this. And in our custom active-only filter, we just have a simple HTML, CSS component. As you can see, it does not have any filtering logic here. It does not sync the states. It does not sync the URLs. It's just a simple UI. As I already mentioned in inversion of control, all this logic is happened by controlled by a framework, and our consumer just renders the UI. So to show you how this works, see in our dropdown, now our filters are showing in this dropdown. I add this filter, it's now there in our header, and we can now toggle this to filter on our items. On clicking this, our onChange callback fires, which updates our state, and now we are filtering by active and inactive. So on clicking this, I get all the active data, and on unchecking this, I get all the inactive data. And as you can see, our URL also updates alongside with it. And if I refresh and see, check, on refreshing as well, our filters are fetched from the URL, and all that is handled by our component, and everything happens seamlessly. So it's a very plug and play kind of architecture where developers don't need to scratch their heads about handling their filters. We provide every logic, and it's a headless kind of a design. So I hope you like this demo. Now going ahead, now this architecture enables us to do many more things with our filters. So how about if we want to save a combination of filters? Well, we can do that. We just need to pass what functions we require for saving filters, for updating an API, our API for our delete filters. You just need to pass those functions, and everything will start working. We have a sticky filters. So currently, I had to add a filter from the drop-down, and then I could apply it. But for some use cases, we might need some filters which are already there in the top and which should not go back in a drop-down. So those are sticky filters. We got conditional rendering. Maybe some filters should be hidden behind a feature flag. Maybe some filters should not be shown in every scenario. Some filters should not be shown to every customer. We also had conditional rendering. And everything is easily enabled by this inversion of control architecture. So this was our path to the final design. This was our journey, where we started with a very naive implementation, how we would normally start, normal components, states, and use effects to update the states. Then we went to a clone element pattern, where we delegated where we shifted some power to our framework and took that away from our individual filters, so that we had better control over what is being shown and what is being rendered. And then we moved on to our context API with inversion of control, completely decoupling our framework and our individual filters, and thereby providing good separation of concerns. We got a reusable and we got a headless design with a completely decoupled architecture. So the key takeaways from this that we get. Number one, it's we had our clear objectives from the start. The objectives we designed, our usability objectives, our technical objectives like reusability and decoupling. Well, those were not some abstract objectives. They were concrete goals on which we based our every decision. We had our context API as our control distribution layer. Context API helps us eliminate prop drilling by broadcasting state and control logics to every filters, no matter how deeply nested. We used inversion of control, which helped us create truly reusable components, where our parent framework defines what, so our consumer basically tells us what to render, while our framework decides the how and the when to sync the states, when to update the URLs, and our parent does the rest. Maybe pass some information to our callbacks. Maybe we want to update some visualizations, so call an API, anything. And the URL is just not navigation. It's a source of truth for your filtering. Treating it as a source of truth helps us enable shareability, bookmarkability, and so on. Now I hope if you're working on some similar kind of problems, which involves reusable design, URL synchronization, complex states, this kind of an architecture gives you a blueprint from where to start from. Now, this isn't just Harness specific, it's applicable anywhere. And I want to give a quick shout out to my team at Harness with whom I collaborated, and we made this architecture a possibility, and it works really well. We got very good feedback internally about how this reduces time and developer overhead for implementing filters. So if you want to contact me, here's my LinkedIn, and I hope this was an informational presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sayantan. Those were some really great insights into scalable interfaces. How many of you learned something new in that? Yeah, can we have show of hands? That's amazing. Yeah, and anyone has any burning question they would like to ask? So I would suggest you to connect with Sayantan soon after this. And yeah, as as I mentioned before, we have a power-packed lineup of sessions, one after another. And how many of you have faced issues, or I would say challenges, related to translations, high-quality translations, when it comes to internationalization, your application, making it available to wider audience? Yeah. So, and how many of you tried fixing it, but you could not? Right? There was no like one-size-fits-all solution so far. Okay. So for that, we have Nitesh coming all the way from Silchar, Assam. So round of applause for him to coming all the way to Goa for us. Yeah. And yeah, please come on stage. Can we have a round of applause for Nitesh? So he's a founding engineer at Great Frontend, and he'll be sharing more details into how they created the system for effortlessly translations. And yeah, so over to you, Nitesh. Yeah.
Cannot be identified.
All right, so while that is getting set up, how many of you have shared something on social so far? Anyone? Anyone who has made at least one tweet or X post, what we call it now? No one? Okay. So you know that's a great time. Use official hashtag React India 2025. Tag the official channels on Instagram or Twitter /X. It's always so confusing, right? Why did they? All right. we should share our learnings. So if not now, please make some keywords notes which you can refer to later and share those learnings on LinkedIn, because if you put out there, you never know who is watching, right? And that can give you some more opportunity and something like that. Maybe someone can reach out to you that, hey, tell me more about your experience. And also, huge thanks to our sponsors who made React India 2025 possible: AWS, Brevo, Firebase, and DE Shaw for supporting us in this initiative. Let's see how many of you, like, who is coming from the farthest. So when we usually, I come from Bangalore. So when we do events at Bangalore, I asked who is coming from the farthest. Anyone coming from Whitefield, and we have a round of applause. Or Electronic City. That's a very Bangalore thing. But anyone, like, now we are at India, or maybe it's an international conference. We have people from different parts of the world joining. Who is coming from the farthest? Let's see. Anyone coming from? Okay, we have Nitesh from Silchar. But yeah, anyone else? Guwahati, that's great, yeah. So almost similar. Gurgaon, okay. I think the time it took for you to come to the airport, that might have added. Okay, all right. Yeah, over to you, Nitesh.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm Nitesh, and I'm a founding engineer at Great Frontend. I hope you all are having a great time at Goa. Yeah, I think before moving forward with the talk, I have a quick question for you all, right? So hence, how many of you have ever worked with, or ever work on internationalizing your React application? Well, I see some hands. I bet most of you would describe as not your favorite part of your development, right? So I think either you're working with a JSON file or a Markdown file. Translation is one such task which you always hope that someone else will handle. You know the drill, right? Extract the strings manually, send them to a translator, or wait for a few days or even a week for translation to happen, and then you check for any formatting issues, and then you repeat this same thing when something changes in your content. So today I'm here to talk about how we transform this process at Great Frontend using AI. So we will also explore why traditional translation workflows are broken and how we discovered AI-powered solution. Yeah. So let me give you a sense of what we are dealing with at Great Frontend. For those who are not familiar with Great Frontend is a platform for front-end engineers to practice front-end coding challenges. So it contains JS-based questions, UI-based questions, which users can practice directly in the platform without having to install anything. It contains system design questions as well, which is catered for front-end engineers, and it also has quiz-based questions, which is especially catered for front-end engineers. So behind all this, we have more than 500 React components which contain UI strings, and then we have more than 3,500 UI strings. Then we have more than 1,000 markdown files which powers our questions, like questions in our platform, and it also like powers most of our blog posts and like most of the content in our app, right? So it's mostly markdown files. And we support like 3 languages, which include English, Chinese, and Portuguese. So what is the exact problem that we were facing at Great Frontend, right? So the first problem is our app was not 100% internationalizable. We discovered that there were like a few hard-coded strings scattered around the app, so we needed to solve this problem first. So for a hard-coded string to be internationalizable, you need to wrap those strings in a I18 formatter. So either it has to be wrapped in a formatted message component, or it has to be wrapped in a intl.format message function. So at Great Frontend, we use format.js, which is an I18 library. So these 2 components, like formatted message and intl.format message, is a part of that format.js I18 library. So you might think, right, we can just replace this hard-coded string using this particular component. But the problem is like we have more than 3,500 strings that is scattered across the app. So we cannot just replace like manually going through each and every file. So to solve this, we wrote a code mode to automate converting all these hard-coded string. So code modes are a script that runs through your code base and transform your codes into a abstract syntax tree, which you can manipulate that tree directly. It allows you to like make large number of changes like programmatically in a more reliable way instead of doing like a naive string replacement directly. So this is what like converted, like if you see the first string, hard-coded string, it gets converted into like either of this particular, using this particular component or either of that particular component when you run the code mode. So we use code mode to traverse through every single component in our application and just convert all those hard-coded string and wrap it with this particular 2 component. So we solved this like in with just 1 command, running it, and in just a matter of seconds. So you didn't have to go through every single file and modify those things. So we solved that particular problem. But we didn't solve the harder problem. The harder problem is actually translation. So initially, we were using Crowdin to translate our application. But this is what a translation workflow looks like using Crowdin, right? So you connect the GitHub repo to their platform, to the Crowdin platform, and then you specify the source file. Then you upload those untranslated string to the Crowdin platform. And then you wait for the human translation or machine translation to happen on the translation on their platform. Then you review or approve that particular translation that happened on their platform. And then you pull back the translated string back into your repo. But there were a few issues that we were facing with Crowdin. So the first problem was, like, it involves multiple steps. You have to upload. You have to like wait for a translation. Then you have to review and approve. Then you have to pull back those translated string into your repo. And the next problem is it's expensive. It charges you based on the number of string that you stored over time, and not per like the translation run. The cost will explode over time. The next problem is the markdown support. So our app is like mostly like a markdown content. So this was one of the main reason why we wanted to develop our own solution. So if like Crowdin struggles with when a markdown contains a complex like component like code blocks and React component inside it. So when you do the translation for such MDX files, sometimes the markdown's translation breaks. Now, out of curiosity, one day we tried copied few strings into ChatGPT and asked for its translation. And the result were obviously like, it was surprisingly very good. So that's when it hit us, right? What if we could automate all of this? So this vision became Language-agnostic, a fast, scalable AI-powered translation tool for modern application. Now, how do you use Language-agnostic in your application, right? So Language-agnostic works on mainly two commands. First is Language-agnostic inits. So these commands, when you run this command, it creates a default Language-agnostic configuration which contain all the configuration that Language-agnostic needs to run. And the next command is the Language-agnostic translate, which is like when you, as the name suggests, right, when you run this command, it translates your application based on the Language-agnostic configuration that you have set up. Now we have two more flags that you can add on the Language-agnostic translate command. The first is the debug flag. So when you add this particular flag, it logs all your translation instructions that you pass to the AI and all the context that you pass to the AI, and even the responses that you get from the translation request. It logs everything in a file. And if there is any error during the translation, it also logs that particular errors in a file. Now the next flag is dry run. So when you run the translation using dry run, it doesn't actually trigger the translation. It prints all the the content that needs to be translated in your console. So the next important thing for a translation to run is actually the config file, the Language-agnostic config file. So like we discussed earlier in the previous slide, when you run the Language-agnostic init command, it creates a default Language-agnostic configuration file. So the config that you see on the screen is config file. This is not a default config file that Language-agnostic init generates, but this is what a Language-agnostic configuration will look like for an application. So the first important thing that we need to note here is the model that we pass here. So you can pass any AI model that you want to use for a translation in a Language-agnostic. The second important thing is the config. So you define what is the source local and what is your target local. And then the next is the concurrency limit. So this defines how many max number of translation jobs you want to run parallelly. And the next is the groups. So groups is basically collections of files that shares the same processing rules or either or a same file type, right? So if you see the first group, it's a collection of JSON file, right? So it's a same type, right? Same JSON file. So you need to pass a few things, right, in this particular group. The first is obviously name for that particular group, and then the next is the plugin. Plugin is basically to handle that particular specific file format. So for JSON file, you are passing a JSON plugin to handle that specific file format. And then string per request. String per request is basically how many number of string you want to pass to the AI translation request. So that many string, it handles per translation. And then you obviously define what is the part for what is the source and the target part for that particular file. And the next group is the MDX file. So you define what's the source and target for that MDX file, and then you define a corresponding plugin to handle that particular specific file type. So for Markdown file, we are passing a Markdown plugin to handle that particular file format. Now let's look into the future, right? What are the features that it has? Now the first is agnostic. It's extremely agnostic. It operates on any text-based files. It doesn't care like what is the file format that you have. So for this particular reason, we build the plugin system so you can work with any file format. We currently support only the JSON plugin for JSON files and Markdown plugin for Markdown files. But user can always build their own custom plugins if they want to use for any specific file format. And next is, it doesn't assume any tech stack, right? It works with any I18 library or any JS framework or any framework, front-end framework. It even works with a Ruby on Rails or even a Django app. All it needs is a Node.js to run Language-agnostic. And the next feature is the you can bring your own AI model, right? Like we saw in the previous slide, you can define what AI model you want to use for the translation. And the third feature is flexibility, right? Since translation works with only a single command that we saw in the previous slide again, you can fit the translation into any of the development workflow. Either you put that in a post PR or in a pre-commit hook or watch mode. So you can work with any development workflow. And also it works with any directory structure. You can define any directory structure in the groove. Now, the next is it's efficient, right? It only translates what changed. This is crucial for an MDX file because MDX file is very different from a JSON file, right? With a JSON file, it's very easier to track what changed. But with an MDX file, when one word changed, it's very hard to track what changed, right? So this is very crucial for MDX or a Markdown file. The next is the change resilient. So when you move a translated file around, it's not like retranslate the content once again that we have already translated when you change the file around or when you move the translated file around. And lastly is it's resumable, right? When you stop a translation in the midway, when it is already translating, it should not lose the translation that has already happened, right? So you can just resume the translation where it left. Let's look into the architecture that powers Language-agnostic and make it powerful and yet simple to use. It works on two main systems, runners and a plugin. So you can think runner as like a brain of the operation. Like it's a main orchestration engine that loads your Language-agnostic config file, then it communicates with the plugin, and then like it handles and manages all your AI translation like workflow. And next is the plugin. So you can think plugin as a specialist, like it handles all the file-specific format operations. So like in the architecture that you see here, there is not only one plugin that is involved here. There can be multiple plugins that can come into play, right? So here if you see, we have a JSON plugin which handles your JSON file, and then you have a Markdown plugin to handle your Markdown file. Now, if a user creates a custom plugin to handle their own specific file format, so there can be another custom plugin that can come into here, right? And then all of those plugins will be communicating with the runner. Now, runner does this like some of the core things. So first of all, it loads the Language-agnostic configuration and set up the groove in the config for translation. Then it discovers all the file paths and resolves the file path into actual files, and then initialize into the plugin. Once you do that, it creates a job. It creates a translation job queue and manages all the AI, like all the concurrent AI translation requests. Once it does all the translation, and once all the jobs are completed, it reports all the results back. Now let's look into the plugin, right? So plugin does three main things. It handles the file-specific, like reading and parsing of the file in their specific file format. And once it does that, the main important thing is a change detection. It determines like what strings or what contents need to be translated. And once the runners translate those particular content, when it sends it back to the plugin responsibility is to write those translated content back into the target file. If a user wants to build their own custom plugin, right? So this is what a plugin API looks like. The first is the type, right? So it's just a unique plugin identifier. The next is string per request, which we have already seen before, right? You define how many number of strings you want to pass per AI translation request. The next function is the track file. So when you initialize a plugin, this is the first function that calls, right? So this defines like which functions or which files you want to register when you initialize a plugin, or these plugins need to manage. So you register those files using this particular function. Next is the get instruction. These functions define a plugin-specific AI prompt instruction. So you can define a custom instruction for this plugin specifically. This is optional, by the way, yeah. So the next is get translation string. This function is responsible for extracting what strings or what contents need to be translated. And lastly is the on translation batch complete. When the runner completes the translations and send them back to the runner, send them back to the plugin, this is the functions that handles, or this is the function which decides what you need to do with the translated content. Let's look into the main or the important details that goes behind each of these plugins that we have, we officially supported Language-agnostic. So the first is a JSON plugin. Before we move ahead, right? So at Great Frontend, we prefer format.js over other JSON format. So format.js is like we discussed earlier, like it's a I18 library which provides you like a I18 formatter to wrap your hard-coded string. So this is what a JSON format looks like when it get extracted, when the hard-coded string get extracted into a JSON file. So why do we prefer this format over other JSON format? So the first thing is the context. If you see, there are description associated with each of the string, right? So this when you pass this string, it provides a context to the AI for translation. But why do we need a context for translation, right? Like it can have a different translation for the same word without a context. For example, let's say closing a dialogues or closing an account, right? It can have a different translation if you don't pass the context. Next is the ICU message format. It supports multiple ICU message format like pluralization, variable substitution, and like even number formatting and many more. And the third is inline authoring. In other JSON file, what you can see is that you write the strings and you define the key in the JSON first, and then you use that particular key in your React component. But with format.js, what you do is you write the string directly in your React component, and then format.js extract those strings automatically into a JSON file. So you don't have to jump between the React component and the JSON file while you are working, right? And last is hash-based string deduplication. So let's say you have a two string, right, which are exactly similar, and you have a description as well, which is exactly similar. So what format.js will do is it will combine both of those strings under a single key and put it in your JSON file. So there is no duplication of the same string. So how does change detection actually work? So in a JSON file, it's pretty simple. It's on a key-based diffing. So you have only two possible cases in a JSON, which is, like, let's say you have added a new string in your JSON file. So the one that you see on the left side is the source JSON file. So you see there is a new string in it, and the JSON file that you see on the right side is the target file. You see that there is a missing string in that particular JSON file. So it's obvious that that particular strings need to be translated from the source JSON file. So after the translation, you add that particular string into the target file. Now there is another case is where you remove a string from your source file. So once you compare, you can see that there is a extra string in the target file, but there is this particular string that is missing in your source file. So when you run the Language-agnostic translate command, it doesn't actually trigger a translation, but it will clean up your target file. It will remove those strings which is not required by the app. The next plugin is the Markdown plugin. The change detection in Markdown is not as straightforward as a JSON file, mainly because there are a few problems with Markdown, which is there are no natural key, like in a JSON file where you have key associated with each string, so it is easier to track what has been removed, what has been changed. But in a Markdown file, it is like one big file, right? There is no different block of content or different string. So the next is structural ambiguity. When a content changes in a Markdown file, it's same. Like it is not clear that if the content has been removed or if the content has been reordered, deleted, updated. So you are not clear what exactly changed, right? And lastly is the order method. So when you add a new key in a JSON file, like it doesn't matter, right, where you add the key. It doesn't affect the meaning. But in case of a markdown, you cannot add, when a new content get added to a markdown file, you cannot add that particular content anywhere in the markdown file. The content structures and the flow needs to be intact. So what exactly is the solution? We reduce the markdown file into a key value pair. So now it again becomes a JSON problem. How do we do that? The first step is into breaking down the MDX file into multiple blocks of content. So we pass the markdown file into a AST parser, then extract the top level block like header, paragraph, list. The parser will parse the MDX file and converts it into a tree-like structure, which is like abstract syntax tree. Now now from this tree you can extract out the top level block like the header, paragraph, and list. Once you do that, you generate a hash for each of this particular content. Now you have a key and you have a content for a markdown file, right? Now you broke the MDX file into multiple blocks of content. Now you have the key associated with each of the content as well. Language-agnostic then translate each of this content block into a target language and then write them back into the target files. Now the next part is how do you handle change detection, right? Now that's where the registry files comes to the rescue. Now registry file, like when you run the language translate command in an MDX file, it creates a registry file for each of the MDX file that you have, right? So what exactly is a registry file? Registry file stores the translation status for both your source and your target file. Now, important thing to note here is that the hashes for the source and the target hashes are exactly same. Now, why is that so, right? It is mainly because when you want to rebuild your target file after a translation or after a content has been updated, you want to map your source content or source block with the corresponding target block. So these hashes allow you to do the one-to-one mapping with the source and the target content block. Now let's look into few of the operation that involves in a markdown file. So let's look into firstly when a content or a new block has been added into the markdown file. So this is a state where language or where a source file is completely translated into a target language. So you have the registry file, you have the target file, and you have the source file. So everything is like sync till now. Now let's add a new block into the source file. So when you add this, when you run the language command, it creates the hashes for all the block in your source file. Now language compares the block hashes and the hash that is present in the registry file. Now using a simple diffing algorithm, it identifies that the block JKL is present in the source file, but it's not present in the registry file. So that means this particular block has been newly added into the source file. Now after the translation, when you do the translation, it adds that particular block into the target file, and then once you update a target file, it then updates your registry with that particular block, which is the JKL. Now let's look into another case where the block is removed. So let's say you have this particular paragraph get started, so you want to remove this particular paragraph from the source file. Now, similarly, when you run the language translate command, it again computes the same thing. It computes the hash for the block in the source file, and it then again compares with the registry file. Then it identifies that there is a extra hash that is present, which is DEF in the registry file, but it's missing in the source file. That means that the, the, the registry and the target file needs to do cleanup. So when you run the command, it cleans up both the target files and the registry file. Now, markdown file can also be like, the block can be modified or can be reordered. Now, modifying a block is similar to like removing a block and adding a new block into the markdown file. And reordering a block is similar to like removing a block from their original position and then changing it and moving into a different position in the same MDX file. So it doesn't involve a new hash, or you don't add a new hash into the source or a target file. So it doesn't trigger retranslation of that same content, but it just changes that particular block into a different position. Now let's have a quick demo and see how this actually works in the code. So this is an, let me just show you what app. So this is just a outdated portfolio app that I have, or a personal website that I have. So this has been already translated into Hindi before a talk. Now we will modifying like few content in the MDX file and see how it works, right? So this is a Language-agnostic config that you see here. The first thing is, obviously, I define my own model here. Then you have the groups. The first is the app string. So it is a JSON file. You define the source and the target part for that particular group of file. And then you have the block content, which is the markdown file. So you define the part, like the source and the target part for that. And then you define what is the target local and what is the source local. Now let's add a new block into this particular file, right? So let's say I add a paragraph or a heading in here. Let's say, welcome everyone. And let's just try to translate this particular content, right? So let's say I run the command agnostic translate. So it will trigger the translation. So it is triggering the translation. Now if you see, right, this particular, it has this particular, the file that we talk about, registry file, this is what it looks like, right? So you have the hashes for the source and the target file. Now, after the translation, if you see the registry is updated with a new hash, and your target file is updated with the new translated content. Now let's check into how it does the removal. So let's say I remove the new paragraph that I just added from this particular source file, and let's trigger the same command, right? So it won't trigger a translation, but it will remove that same thing from your target file. So yeah, I think with this, we came to the end of our talk. Thank you everyone for sticking till the end of my talk. Yeah, for those who are interested to learn more about Language-agnostic or try Language-agnostic, you can just visit this website, which is language-agnostic.com. It is still a work in progress. You might see few contents like in to-do state, but like, yeah, we are still working on this. But yeah, those who are interested, you can go this website and check it out. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Can we get a louder round of applause? Yeah, for Nitesh. That was a great session. And yeah, talking about work in progress. So I was just going through his website, fantastic one. But we developers, sometimes we have our priorities straight, right? So he hasn't updated his company name, but dark mode is working.
Yeah. So I have just updated the company name for just this.
Yes. From console you can do it.
Yeah.
Like in the runtime. Yeah, so that's, thank you Nitesh for that. And if anyone has any question, please catch Nitesh after the talk. And a few updates, everyone. So we are skipping the break. This train will not stop at this station, right? So this is in the interest of time. But feel
Do I
free
look
to
nervous?
step out and come back
Right.
if you have to take a small break or
My
something.
God.
Like during, but the
Done,
sessions
I'm
will be
like-
going
I
on.
think
right?
I can finally explore places.
There's much conflict happening here. So yeah.
Sorry.
All right. So next up, we have Gopi Kolukanti from RCCM. He's going to, so there's going to be a video, and then he's going to talk about what RCCM is doing. So can we play the video, everyone?
Hello. Can you? All right. Yeah, thank you for that. I hope you're all having a good time. So we've been having some great sessions throughout the day, and from caching to micro frontends to whatnot. But I think the one with Hotstar stands out for me. I hope you all liked it. I think the things that they are building at scale, and the way their apps are working without a glitch on most occasions, and being able to switch from device to device. I think I really, really enjoyed that session. And I think there's more to come, so I'm excited as much as you are. So here I am actually, representing RCCM. I'm vice president at RCCM in the engineering and technology teams, leading multiple UI front-end teams. So I just wanted to take a couple of minutes. I mean, from RCCM standpoint, who are we? We are a technology and innovation company that are mostly into the building of the large-scale finance systems that are powering asset managers and hedge funds across the globe. Just to put numbers in perspective, we have about $5 trillion USD worth of client assets that we manage. We also have different product suites to cater to different needs, but a few of them that I can call out is our Aquata, our data analytics platform, our Performa, our portfolio management and performance analytics again. And then we have Optera, our data, our operational platform powering from trade execution to reconciliation and whatnot. So we have a bunch of product suites that actually covers a large clientele like JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, D Shaw, and Blackstone, etc. So there are all these products come together to make it an end-to-end solution, and that is where React kind of helps us bring all of this data to life. As you can imagine, we are a data-heavy organization, and how well we can actually set this UIs up for seamless customer journeys is what we have been doing. Our front-end journey hasn't been easy as well. So we started from the days of JSPs, worked our way through web components, and finally we settled down on React. And it's been 5 years or so, and then we have been doing reasonably well there, and we keep advancing over there. And the amount of optimizations that we have been doing, again, just numbers in perspective, in the last 1 year alone, we actually, for the amount of data management or data intense jobs through our React UI, we actually doubled up, 150,000 records in half the time in the last 1 year through optimizing our UIs, just to cater to our critical needs, and those numbers vary for different use cases. But there's a lot of effort that is going into all of this from our side as well, and we are continuously building our UI teams here at RCCM. Now, I also want to, happy to engage with any other data-heavy organizations or folks that are interested in learning and how React is helping, how these data grids are helping, perform some of these complex operations at real time. And also, we continue to hire at all levels, so feel free to hit us up. We have a booth out there, and we should be able to help, and at the least, we should be able to have a reasonably good conversation about what we are building and what are some of your use cases that we can sit together and discuss. yeah, I think, that's all I have for me. It was a short catch-up that I wanted to have with you all, take this opportunity, introduce our company to you guys, and good luck for the rest of the sessions. And thank you, React India, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gopi. So he's the Vice President of Engineering at RCCM. Thank you for sharing. And so next up, we have a very interesting session by Sulagna. She'll be speaking how emerging APIs are redefining the real-time communication in React applications. And anyone who has tried implementing RTC in React? Okay, so I guess it would be a great topic for us to learn. I remember, right, after all the COVID fiasco, how important was this, right? How important was creating real-time communication? And I still haven't figured out, like we do a lot of events on daily basis. I'm in developer relations, so I wish there was a way for us to do large-scale virtual workshops at that point of time. So I wish someone had done a session like this that time. But yeah, so hopefully you will learn something new in that. And Sulagna is a very passionate JavaScript developer. She also leads React Kolkata. She's coming from the city of joy. Anyone who is also from Kolkata here? Okay. All right, one person. And so yeah, that is something which that brings me to the topic of anyone who is building something fun, right? Anyone who has tried building something fun outside of their work? Okay, we have one person. Anyone? So can we have a mic? Or you can just be loud and then everyone can. You've tried, it should be fun, they should laugh, right? If you have, yeah.
So when AI being launched, when ChatGPT API is launched,
Yeah.
I built a database chatbot where it could talk, like, let's say you could go in and ask how many active users are today on my platform. So it would go to the AI, generate a query. It would have I would have added the schema as a context before. So it would know your database schema. It would go to the table. It would
These food delivery applications and every other application they are doing, these food delivery applications and every other application they are doing, these AI agents, right? And someone asking like coding questions to a food delivery application, right? And then that it is answering because the scope was not defined. So yeah, that happens. And in my case, I hear on a daily basis a lot of people, building something real cool, real fun applications. And someone just yesterday I saw that he literally outsourced his advice, life advice. Someone in their network was going through a tough time, and relationship advice, right? We all have people who ask something like that. So and he just didn't want to be bothered about that. So he just said, why don't you ask Gemini, right? He created a custom like a chatbot interface for him. And then the other guy who was asking question, he was like, this AI actually responds better than you, right? So yeah, so that was all. So can we have a round of applause again for Sulagna? Come on, everyone, louder. All right, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. So thanks a lot. Thanks for this warm welcome. And I'm not going to bore you with another like who am I stuff. Everything is written in here. I'm Sulagna. I work at Stockage, and I'm also a lead of React Kolkata. So I was about to have a talk on this topic, Web API, but then I thought that no, I'm going to talk about something else today, not on this. So when I was like some couple of hours ago, one of my friends suddenly heard that I am going to talk at React India, so they were like, okay, congratulations, you got into React India, so what is your topic? So with excitement, I was like, there is a very new API, it is a update of WebSockets, and it's way more faster, way more secure. And he again became very defensive and suddenly said like, oh, again, another API trying to be like, yes, I'm the best and all this kind of stuffs. And we started, I also defending stand, he's also defending his stand, and then suddenly he stopped messaging. And I was like, okay, finally he understood that I'm right. But then I was like, yeah, you finally understood, right? So no, my data pack got over. So for that reason, I had to switch from mobile network to Wi-Fi, and that's why this delay. And do you know what I did? I smiled, because that is the very thing I was trying to explain him all along. And okay, fine. How many of you are curious that why I smile and why I think that this has become my winning point? Okay, if nobody, I will still talk about that, because that I have prepared in my mind. So to understand why this became my winning point, we have to go a little bit back and try to understand how data flow through, when we have a data, it goes through a journey. And we all, okay, again this issue, just a second. Yep. We all know these things, right? It is very much, the teacher bothered us with OSI model and all this kind of stuff. We hated, at least me, I hated it very much. But yes, surprisingly, I find it very interesting from this year. So data goes through a journey. Based on the OSI or the TCP IP model, the number of layers may differ, but the overall flow is same. First, you type the message, it goes to the application layer. From there, it goes to the transport layer, then the internet layer, then the internet network interface layer, and from there, through the Wi-Fi or the provider, it goes to my friend's chat box. Okay? But like in each of this layer, there is a certain protocol or rules need to be followed. If we think about the application, there is HTTP, as I'm talking about a chat application, so I'm considering when I type the data, for the application layer, it is using HTTPS or HTTP, and it's a real-time application, so considering WebSocket as well. In the transport layer, this is again a chat application, so data needs to be completely like 100% and guaranteed delivery to be assured. So for that, I'm using TCP there. Then after that, the internet is IPv4 or IPv6. Then the network interface layer. Then through the internet provider, it goes to my friend's chat application, as I said. Now, till here, everything is fine. And another important thing is, as I am using HTTP, and HTTP's current version I'm considering, that is HTTP 2, so it has the capability of multiplexing. So what is this fancy term multiplexing? Means under one TCP connection, it can generate multiple of streams. That was not possible in HTTP 1.1 version. So when they upgraded, so in HTTP 2, they gave the flexibility of multiplexing. So the application layer has the multiplexing facility. So now, up till this, we have the again, like the data goes through this layers and all. So this is completely fine, right? Everybody understood up to this part, right? Barabar? Okay. So from up to this, it's okay. Okay, this is not okay. Every time I have to go here and change. So now next thing is how TCP understands that the data has come and how it identifies. So problem gets started, as I said, the data is flowing and everything, but the problem gets started when my friend switch his network, right? But why the problem gets started? Now TCP does one thing. TCP identifies the data with the 4 tuple. The 4 tuple is source IP, source port, destination IP, and the destination port. It uses this tuple to understand the session management, and the data is, the connection is coming from where, and all this kind of stuffs. Now, when the packet gets to my friend's network, so what it does, the OS layer checks these 4 tuples. It observes these 4 tuples and looks for its corresponding session state, which is stored in transport
control block, also known as TCB. It's a data structure that it internally use. It is actually the heart of this entire TCP reliability and all this guaranteed data deliveries thing. So it has all the information it stores, like the sequence number, the acknowledgement number, for congestion control, the window size. This all information gets stored in here. Now, just a second. Now, when the OS get this 4 tuple and it checks internally that if it has any match for this 4 tuple or not. If it's fine, it's okay. It will welcome the data like, yes, you are welcome. But if it's not find any perfect match for the tuple, all it will do is that, no, you are not welcome. You got invalidated. I don't know you. That's it. Now think about the scenario, how many times a day we switch a network. And every time this happens internally. And we don't even know. All we are thinking that it is just getting a bit delayed. The messages just we are receiving a bit delayed. But internally the TCP got broke and everything got messed up. And this is not ending here. This is just getting started. Next is, as I said, I'm actually saying it multiple number of times, that TCP provides guaranteed and ordered delivery. How it does internally. So what it does, it uses a byte-based sequence number. Means, and this is also global. I'm explaining it a bit later. So it uses a byte-based sequence number. So let's think that the data is coming, and in there, some byte, like from 100 to 200, as in for an example, that particular chunk got missing, or it's getting a bit delayed. It's getting delivered a bit delayed. So every other chunk after that 100 to 200 has to wait for that 100 to 200 section or segment. And this is actually a huge flaw. Just think about how many number of data has to wait for that particular chunk to arrive. Okay, and this is known as, in computer networking, head of the line blocking. Let me go, and this is the MDN definition of what is head of the line blocking. So head of the line blocking is a computer networking term that refers to a performance bottleneck that occurs when a queue of packets is held up by the first packet in the queue, even though other packets in the queue could be processed. Means, as I said, I'm not again repeating the same things. And this got even much worsened due to HTTP2's multiplexing. Why? Just think about this. Under the one TCP connection, it can generate multiple number of streams. And let's think about in the stream A, that package got missing, that 100 to 200 segment got missing in stream A. So for stream A's 100 to 200 missing packet, every other streams after stream A, stream B, stream C, stream D, everybody has to wait for that particular segment to be arrived. And this is like another level of huge flaw, and this is, we call it the transport layer head of the line blocking. HTTP2 exactly solved this issue in its application layer. The application layer head of the line blocking, it's solved in HTTPS version 2. But in the transport layer, it is yet to be fixed. And another thing, the head of the line blocking is happening, as I mentioned, one term, global, because everything, the sequence number is getting assigned globally. Stream A, stream B, stream C, stream D, and there the particular segment is missing, so everybody has to wait for that particular stream. So this goes like, another is head of the line blocking. Next is coming is TCP's handshaking process. I think many of you have the idea of TCP's famous three-way handshaking, where it will send flag from the server, the client to server, with the synchronous flag, then the acknowledgement the server will send to the client, again the acknowledgement that client will send to the server. And after this, another handshaking happens, that is the TLS 1.3 handshaking, where the again client will say hello to the server, server will again say yes, hello from the server, and then it will finish. and then the original data original data will start getting sent. Okay, so to send that initial data, it has to do 2 handshakings, and this is known as 2 RTTs or 2 round trip times. So for just for the initial data to be sent, it has to wait for 2 RTTs. And in the good network, it's not to be a big issue, but when the network is not that good, in that kind of scenario, it is also a kind of performance issue it can give. So yes, I am talking about a lot of problems. Problems, and problems. So is there any solution? Well, if there is a problem, there is a solution, I believe. And sometimes the solution is itself inside the problem. Can you remember from which part all the problems get started? My friend switched the network, its source IP and source port got changed, and TCP broke. Now, one thing we cannot ask the user that do not change your network during a conversation. Of course, we cannot say that. So we have to think about a solution where even though the tuples or the IP or port got changed, the connection will survive. The server will not say like, no, I don't know you because your IP got changed. Now, you are invalid. I will discard you. So if we can provide some kind of system, some kind of protocols that can handle this, the problem is solved, right, basically? So is there any existing protocol before like getting started with something new? Is there any existing thing that we already have? Yes. WebSockets is, I'm talking about a protocol or anything. WebSocket is of course a protocol, but it's an application layer protocol, not something in the transport layer. How WebSocket gets started, you have the HTTP connections. First, it will connect with the HTTP streams, and those HTTP streams get upgraded to WebSocket, right? When you are doing the handshaking with the client and the server. So it is not actually the problem with the application layer. It is something inside Dipper. If you go to the transport layer, the problem is getting started from there. If you still have some kind of understanding issue, like let me just finish the entire talk first, then of course I would love to explain myself in a big Dipper. So what I was saying, is there any kind of protocol we already have? UDP. UDP is connectionless. All UDP does is fire and forget. Means it will not take the responsibility of if the data gets sent 100% in an ordered or guaranteed delivery. All it will say like, okay, I have the data, I will fire it, and I will not take the responsibility if get delivered perfectly or not. For this reason, it is way more faster, but yes, with the cost of no guarantee, no reliability. But it solves one thing that we were missing in the TCP, that is, it will, even if the IP or port get changed, it will not cut off or it will not ask for again a handshaking. So if we can think in both the protocols, the TCP and UDP, it has something good, something bad, or a con, I rather say. Something good is reliability that TCP provides and connectionlessness like UDP provide. So can we create something that have the goodness of this both, that reliability like TCP and connectionlessness like UDP? So from there, Quick is born. Quick is a modern transport layer protocol built on the top of UDP. You can think it as of an encapsulation layer over UDP. It delivers speed and resilience of UDP with reliability and security of TCP. It is created by Google in 2012, and after that, the IETF, its standard like came around 2018, I guess. And this Quick solve all the issues that we were actually facing in the TCP layer. Like, let me go through them one by one and how it is solving each one of them. First, what the issue is think about the network migration. My friends switched the network and the TCP got broke internally. Now, what Quick does differently, instead of relying on the IP or port, it generated a connection ID, a arbitrary number that each the client and the server will generate. And when the handshaking will first happen, it both will show, both of them, the client and the server will show each other its connection ID, and after that the data will start getting sent. So as it is depending on a connection ID which is has no connection with the IP or port, so even the IP or port gets changed in between a conversation or in between the data is getting exchanged, so it will not affect the retransmission, or it will not like break internally. First thing. Second is head of the line blocking. That, as this is another major issue from TCP. So what how it solves head of the line blocking? It introduces multiplexing in the transport layer. We have the multiplexing in the application layer using HTTP to stream, but we don't have that, as I said, in the transport layer. So it introduces multiplexing in the transport layer. So now what will happen? Stream A, stream B, everything will get transmitted separately and simultaneously. Next is another important is how it solves the, as it is depending on UDP, how it's solving the reliability and guaranteed transmission. So for that, it is depending on two important things. That is, one is packet number and another is stream ID and stream offset. So what is packet number? Packet number is every data that it is getting, it will bind it or package it with a packet ID and it will send, okay? So this packet ID will be for checking if all the data has arrived or not for this purpose. And the stream ID and the offset is inside a particular stream. As I said, it is introduce multiplexing. So inside a particular stream, a packet is belong at which stream and under which segment. As I said, there will be some 100 to 200 example I'm again saying. So that 100 to 200 will be placed at which section. That decides the offset. So stream ID and stream offset is being used for that reason. So this is also a very important thing, that it is actually helping in the head of the line blocking elimination process as well. So together everything, TCP actually, the Quick actually solves this head of the line blocking, provides the reliability and guaranteed delivery, and it survives the network migration. Next is, okay, another is, this is the Quick provides encryption that TCP doesn't have. TCP only, is by default give the encryption to the data, only the version ID and the connection ID, except both of them. Everything in the data part, whatever is getting transmitted, is encrypted with the TLS. That, as you can see it from the data, the image, that only follow the more darker colors. So this packet number, type, stream IDs, everything is getting encrypted in Quick, but just only that data section is getting encrypted in TCP. So encryption-wise, security-wise, it has also provided a lot of good features. Next, another important thing Quick solved is the handshaking. As I said, that initially when it does the handshaking, it shows the connection ID. So what it does, it merged both the handshaking that we had in TCP. One TCP is three-way handshaking and TLS handshaking. So both the handshaking, it merged into one, and what it does with the TLS handshaking, it will send the connection ID, and the entire handshaking process from 2 RTT, it got reduced to 1 RTT. As you can say that just the client is sending first handshake initiated, then the server acknowledge, then the handshaking part is done. So from 2 RTTs, it got reduced to 1 RTT. This is another huge improvement that Quick did. And this is just a image that gives you better understanding how they are actually working. So and another, I forgot to mention that when this 1 RTT is happening, for the retransmission or for repeated data sending, like the first handshake is done, and after that the next handshake will made. So there it is actually taking 0 RTT. So no again handshaking needs to be done. That is another improvement. So as I was actually saying a lot, and everything got started from WebSockets. So all WebSockets, I said, the internally it is using TCP, is using HTTP2, and this TCP and HTTP2 got upgraded to Quick and HTTP3. So now we need an API or a layer that will help this WebSocket to upgrade, and that API is WebTransport. And as I've said it here, that WebSocket is TCP's real-time hero, so WebTransport is Quick's supercharged successor. Now, what is this? Okay, it's working. What is this WebTransport? From the, if you go with the MDN definition, WebTransport API provides a modern update to WebSockets, as I said, transmitting data between client and server. As WebSocket was already doing it, WebTransport is also following these standards from the client to server. So the client and the server needs to be there. And it is using HTTP3. WebSocket was using HTTP2. It is using HTTP3. WebTransport provides support for multiple streams, as I said, multiplexing, unidirectional streams, and out-of-order delivery means any package can, no needs to be ordered delivery that after first package, the next package needs to come. It can come at any order, and it will, inside there are logics which will make them in order. And another beautiful thing WebTransport did, it has both the feature of reliable transport with the streams, that is we did in TCPs, and unreliable transport via UDP-like datagrams. So now it can give you the feature of both TCP and UDP, which WebSocket had previously missed, and WebSocket don't have the UDP-like features or datagram sending. It has only the streams or reliable transmission. So this is a simple, like the initial connection, how it getting started. So I'm just going with the code. So this is the code of, all you have to do is pass the URL through the WebTransport API, and when the transport is ready, means the handshaking is done, and then you can use this API. With the WebTransport.close, the connection will be closed. And as I said, these are the things, the reliable transport with stream. Let me quickly go with the code. It is using create bidirectional streams for the reliable part, and with the writable, it has both the writable for the writing part, and readable to read the streams. So it has both. So I have used here the writable only, writable.getWriter, and unreliable transport with datagrams. That is just, this is the syntax like transport.datagrams, and this is for also the writable stream, UDP, writable datagrams rather, I would say. And datagram.write, you can write whatever or want to encode in the data. So this is a very brief definition. Now I will go with the coding part. I have prepared a demo where this is the server URL that I have. And this demo has the very basic things like it will connect, and when it will do the logs, and Web Transport has a feature of getting status. So it will show the status, like how many package has dropped and what is the RTT timing, and this kind of stuff will be shown in here. So I'm just doing a connect, and yeah, byte sent 0, of course, packet lost 8, both support. This is like the streams and datagrams. Now here is the log that initial stat fetched, and the connection is established. Now if I like say hi, sent datagram sent 8 bytes, status unreliable, and if I go and connect for the TCP like streams and inherited by Web Transport. So I think the choice is very much clear. So I'm just quickly wrapping up as the time is up. So this is the new era of real-time React. As now, as I said, it is using, the Web Transport can handle the network migration. So it can actually, let's think about a collaborative app where suddenly you switch the network and suddenly everything is getting stuttered. So that is not going to happen now because it is using a connection ID. It will survive the network switch. Head of the line blocking got eliminated, so no streams need to wait for another stream to be arrived. Everything has its own issue. If one chunk getting missed in from one stream, not other streams will be suffered for that. And in Web Transport, it has support from the real-time unreliable like datagram support like UDP. So we can use them in the multiplayer gaming and this kind of things where the speed is the main motto. And of course, the time to interaction, it get cut down from 2 RTTs handshake to 1 RTT or 0 RTT for the retransmission. So yes, this is way more faster now. So yeah, the final verdict is here. I would of course suggest that start experimenting with Web Transport. It is easy to use, as you can see in the code as well. It's not very complex to start with. And if you have any query, of course you can ask, or I am there all the time and after even this conference. So you can ask me, you can connect me on the LinkedIn, and if you have any question, you can ask me there. If you want to talk more about the Quick or this Web Transport thing, of course, I would love to connect and I would love to talk with you all. So thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for Sulagna? A huge round of applause, everyone. All right. So
React India.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Shaw's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about Dessus is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also, created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances.
React India. React India. React India. React.